guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Supreme Court has still yet to rule on the legality of President Trump's global tariffs.
The justices issued opinions Wednesday, but didn't issue a ruling related to the tariffs, and the next announcement date is currently not known. Trump said, "We're screwed if the High Court rules against the tariffs." The court's decision could have massive implications for American consumers and businesses, the economy, and presidential authority. I'm at Mattinson.
The U.S. has made its first sale of Venezuelan oil.
The deal is valued at $500 million. The exact details of the sale remain unclear, but a Trump administration official says more sales are expected in the coming weeks. This comes after the capture of former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro by the U.S. In the aftermath of that military operation, the White House has said it plans to sell Venezuelan oil and control the proceeds, splitting the money between the U.S. government, U.S. companies, and Venezuela. I'm Jim Roop.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the U.S. is sending humanitarian aid to Cuba to assist recovery from Hurricane Melissa. He says the administration is working with the Catholic Church to deliver aid directly to the people, bypassing what he calls the illegitimate regime. President Trump wants the anti-regime protesters in Iran to keep the pressure up.
Trump's considering airstrikes on Iran to help them topple the Ayatollah. And Republican Senator Ted Cruz of Texas isn't entirely opposed to the idea.
It might make sense to do so, but it would depend on the specific target and it would have to be limited.
Cruz made his comments on the Clay and Buck show. Cruz went on to say if there were a revolution in Iran, it would be best if the world saw it come from the people of Iran and not the U.S. government. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Germany, Sweden, and Canada plan to send troops to Greenland amid President Trump's push for U.S. control of the Danish territory. Trump has called anything less than U.S. control unacceptable ahead of talks with Denmark and Greenland officials. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
I thank you for your hard work.
The House has passed a two-bill spending package funding the State Department, Treasury, IRS, and other programs. The legislation cleared the chamber 341 to 71 and now heads to the Senate next week for consideration. The Washington legislature may consider a wealth tax this session.
The wealth tax would apply to people making over $1 million a year. During his State of the State address, Governor Bob Ferguson detailed his ideas. He wants the money used to boost the Working Families Tax Credit program that goes to low and moderate income families. He also wants businesses with revenue under $1 million to be exempt from the B&O tax. The legislature will have the final say. I'm Brad Ford.
Palisades fire victims are accusing the city of Los Angeles of blocking transparency about that disaster.
This week, attorneys for the city moved to block the release of depositions from firefighters. The depositions are expected to detail firefighters' actions and decisions during and leading up to the deadly fire. A group of Palisades fire victims is suing the city. Last June, the city's attorneys invoked a general protective order in the case. It allows both sides to designate all or part of any testimony in the case as confidential for up to 30 days. I'm Daniel Martindale.
A Starbucks employee in Norwalk, California has been fired for drawing a pig on a coffee cup, then served it to a sheriff's deputy. Starbucks says the image was a popular meme drawn before the deputy arrived. The sheriff's department called the incident offensive. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
Alrighty. Hi there. Just like the little engine that could. I think I can. Let's get a new day underway. I think I can. Oh my, welcome aboard 15th day of January comes our way as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone. What do you say? We do the same from coast to coast. As we begin looking toward the weekend, closing out Hump Day Thursday, or better yet, Friday Eve coming on here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Yeah, we know this time of year what a difference a day can make. 20 degrees outside the secret bunker. Yeah, the bottom's been falling out throughout the day. And all that cold is making its way toward the deep southern portions of the country in the southeast. Yeah, matter of fact, 24 hours from now, we're actually looking at freeze watches and freeze warnings. They've actually made it a freeze warning all the way down to Lake Okeechobee in southern Florida. On the eastern side of the state, freeze watches extending even south of Okeechobee in south central Florida. That's for Thursday night into Friday morning. Yeah, here comes our big push of Arctic air in the form of a potent cold front moving across the southeast overnight and through the upcoming day. Yeah, compared to the high temperatures we saw early this week, Monday and Tuesday afternoon, by later today, Thursday afternoon, high temperatures probably 25 degrees lower. Daytime highs forecast only in the 30s for the day ahead for cities like Nashville and Atlanta. New Orleans, Tallahassee, Florida, probably only going to see the lower 50s for high temperatures. Last time it was this cold in the southeast, it was there late December, final days of 2025. Colder conditions will be infiltrating Florida. Chillier mornings starting as early as, well, we saw it Tuesday morning in northern Florida. The drop in temperature most extreme coming our way Thursday night. Lows are forecast to drop into the 20s for cities like Jacksonville and Tallahassee. Cities like Orlando and Lakeland dropping as low as the 30s. Interior areas of central Florida likely to have a full-fledged freeze for Thursday night. AccuWeather forecasters tell us this pattern setting up across the northern and eastern U.S. likely to continue for the duration of January here. We've got a big dip in the jet stream that's going to allow persistent waves of cold and snow to push into the Great Lakes in the northeast. Yeah, snow could accumulate as far south as the Appalachians of North Carolina and Tennessee as well. Now, what I'm seeing currently is one particular snow band that's coming off of Lake Michigan. South Bend, Indiana, it is a mess. People, they've already recorded, I believe, in excess of 11 inches of snow there in this particular. It's a pretty thin band, but it stretches against some 263 miles. At this hour, coming off the lake, a heavy squall band dropping snow at 2 inches per hour from right about South Bend just to the east. That band extending all the way down south of Muncie, Indiana, to the east of Indianapolis. It begins to taper off, right there in the center of I-70 between Indianapolis and Richmond, Indiana. Really, we've got a mess. Several updates I've had from some of our listeners in just the past couple of hours. One of our listening friends took photographs. I believe he was in Ohio, actually. We see some of these squalls, and we've actually had snow squall warnings impacting portions of Interstate 71 right there at the midway point between, say, Cincinnati and Columbus, Ohio. Currently, they've lifted the squall ban. For the last couple of hours, though, we have seen some of these intense bands, whiteout conditions, winds 30 miles per hour. In this case, it was I-71 The 391, 392 mile marker region there shut down. Said what he witnessed was a couple of trucks twisted up, 3 or 4 cars involved in that one. Don't see any damage that looks like it would be fatal. Hopefully, everybody's okay there. Now, this was on the southbound side. He said, it is a mess. Thankfully, I was going north. Meanwhile, a report here with the last couple of hours, Indiana Toll Road shut down near the 94-mile marker, a massive 30-car pileup on the toll road close to Elkhart, Indiana. Semis, cars involved, whiteout conditions, slick roads from intense lake effect snow. Expect closures, delays, the active emergency response. Avoid the stretch. Follow the official advisories for detours. Stay safe out there and monitor road conditions for updates. As the case so often is when you have these lake effect bands, you don't often see them extending hundreds of miles away from the lakes, but that's the setup we've got tonight. So we've got some of those snow bands, snow showers extending all the way down into eastern Kentucky. Areas, spotty snow showers through parts of West Virginia tonight. Coming off Lake Erie, several bands of lake effect snow. Everything east of Toledo at this point in time. But some of those heavier bands extending from west of Akron and Canton. You've got pretty much a decent snow consistently falling from Pittsburgh to Youngstown, all the way up to just south of Lake Erie, or Erie, PA, that would be. Then some heavier bands extending from Buffalo, New York to Jamestown, New York. Right now the cutoff line, rain versus snow, is right about, say, Rochester, New York, to the east of Rochester, rain, the transition to the frozen precip just to the west. From Ithaca to Binghamton to Elmira, New York. Right now it's pretty much rainfall, maybe mixed in with some sleet or freezing rain. It's all going to depend on your elevation when you get into eastern Pennsylvania tonight. York, Harrisburg, State College, seeing rain primarily, but some areas like Scranton to Wilkes-Barre, you could see some snow mixing in there. Some of that light rain extends all the way down into Richmond, Virginia tonight. Now, as far as Indiana goes, we mentioned a massive pileup already on the toll road. We've got restrictions that kicked in about 15 minutes ago. Truck drivers in certain high-profile vehicles plan ahead for restrictions on the toll road. The winter weather ban effectively kicked in at the midnight hour Eastern time, as I said about 15 minutes ago, and it will continue to the midnight hour here on the 15th. The ban affects the Indiana toll road in LaPorte County, including mile marker 31 to the mile marker 92. So that's the mile marker 31. I believe that's the Valparaiso Plaza, extending to St. Joseph County at the 92-mile marker, which is the Elkhart Plaza. Elkhart, where that massive pileup is actively underway. Vehicles being restricted will include all triple tractor trailers, long doubles, that's high profile only, and any high profile oversized permit loads. The Indiana Toll Road issuing these restrictions with the winter storm warnings that are in place and continue through, now the snow continue, the warnings continue through 1 o'clock Thursday afternoon. 3 to 8 inches, and obviously some areas already have seen greater totals than that. The greatest impacts travel-wise are expected through the overnight hours tonight and into your Thursday morning. So kind of a mess in the Northeast. We take the bigger picture. The western two-thirds of the country pretty much high and dry tonight. I can't find any precip. No precip to be found in any form or fashion. We will be watching for a series of storms dropping in from central Canada, the Midwest, and the Northeast from now till right into early next week. Each of those systems will bring some steady snow, but retreating surges of cold air, producing rounds of lake effect snow and creating the risk of rapid freeze-ups. As many as 3 separate Clipper storms with trailing cold fronts are going to pivot through the region between now and early next week. The first storm producing those areas of rain and even a few rumbles of thunder in parts of the southeast, also producing snow from northern Illinois to Michigan, spreading across the Ohio Valley, the Appalachians, and parts of the coastal northeast from tonight on into Thursday morning. We see more than a foot of snow expected in some areas downwind of the Great Lakes, Michigan, Indiana, Pennsylvania, New York. A few spots could receive a foot or more of snow between now and Thursday night. AccuWeather says in some of these intense lake effect snow bands, like we're kind of seeing there in South Bend, totals could approach 24 inches. While most of the snow around the Great Lakes will fall as lake effect snow, colder air behind the storm, the cold front, could bring 1 to as much as 6 inches of snow as far as the mountains of Tennessee and North Carolina, and as far east as the Catskills of New York and the Green and White Mountains there in New England. Closer to the 95 corridor in the Mid-Atlantic, rain mixes with some wet snow and may change over to a period of wet snow from late tonight into Thursday morning. Conditions are going to vary by location, but enough snow could fall to coat the roads, especially from areas just north and west of Washington, D.C., to Philadelphia, New York City, and Boston, where the temperatures are expected to eventually drop below the freezing mark. That next Clipper, wasting no time rolling in. Snow forecast to spread from Duluth, Minnesota on Thursday, say midday, then reaching Chicago and central Michigan by Thursday night. Cleveland, you're in the mix during the midday hours come Friday. The round of steady snow from the second Clipper, generally 1 to 3 inches, higher amounts of 3 to 6 in northern Minnesota, northern and western Michigan, and northwestern Wisconsin. And, of course, we've got a third Clipper right on the heels of that through the weekend into early next week. Round the country, welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
we got checking in right out of the box? Hello, Scrapyard. Waving all five at you. All right, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Obviously, there's Pappy. It's the eve of Friday, 20 degrees on the Cruiser Dash. In the far side of southwest Ohio, the winds are kicking, feeling flat out cold. And yes, the natives are definitely restless tonight. Uh-oh. That means they're keeping him busy. Stay safe, hammer down, watch your six. All right. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. There's Tank. Happy Thursday. We're clear. 64 degrees. Man, that sounds nice. In Coachella, California. We are pointed back east toward the home 20 via Memphis. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. All right. Hello to Marianne. Morning, Steve, and the overnight family. All the listening friends. Everybody have a blessed day. All right, Michael, what's up, people? Shorty, I-95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia, 49 degrees tonight. Orlando turnaround number 2. Good afternoon. Larry Hammerdown, be safe. He's hanging in at 51 degrees, Platkill, New York. The cold moving your way. Hang on, it'll be there before you know it. All right, the coffee cup's full. Time to ride. It's Ryan round number 3 to Schenectady, New York tonight. Jeffrey, Southern Florida. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. What's going on? Hello to Kevin. Biker Boy. Good evening, Steve. Rolling north. A nice 55 degrees tonight. Yeah, looking forward to the program. Thanks for all you do. You're more than welcome. Hello, Kentucky Ken. Good morning. Overnight Drive crew, Steve Summers, and the best of the best. Hopefully everybody stays safe and warm out there. I'll be calling in soon. I'll be wearing the heart monitor for 3 more days. Right now, the Queen's been taking care of me. But Kentucky Ken listening in. All right. Get well soon there, Ken. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion, bull hauler, 36 degrees, spitting a little bit of snow in Greenville, Tennessee. The powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed west at a high rate of speed. These flurries make for perfect trucking weather. 31 days until the Denny Hamlin 500. Yeah, I'm so excited for some NASCAR to start up again. Kyle Larson is the legitimate champion this season. Illegitimate. I apologize there. All right. For the first time this year, how about a special shout out to the skipper's little buddy, Gilligan, from the left lane on Interstate 81. All right. Hello, Jerry. Morning, everybody from Kokomo. Hope everybody has a great day. We've got 19 degrees. Snow here in Kokomo. Thanks to Hot Shot Secret for coming on board with the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so we can enjoy a night of radio. Tell them you love them every chance you get. Don't forget, tomorrow is never promised to anyone. Jason, morning, Steve, here in Newcastle, Pennsylvania. Waiting to get a load of steel in the morning. We are 24 degrees, snowing. Be safe out there to the listening family. Terrence says it was 65 degrees in Billings, Montana this past day. Everything's kind of flip-flopped, right? Yeah, Montana, where it should be really cold, versus southern Florida, where they're dealing with freezing temperature. That's the jet stream, the big northward move out west, allowing the warmer conditions. Then, of course, dipping deep into the south over the eastern portions of the country. And we see that cold air deep into the southeast. Well, there's Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, 36 degrees at this hour. I think this is going to be actually our high temperature today. Yes, lots of unrest in Minnesota. Many paid protesters who need to be punished. I was without cell service most of the day thanks to the Verizon outage. finally came back online about 9 o'clock here. I went to the Verizon store about 1 in the afternoon. The parking lot was overflowing with people wanting to know what the hell's going on. I didn't even bother to go in. Strange, I never saw any news on what caused it. They haven't divulged that yet. Anyway, may have to do a local pickup Friday morning for one of my customers, and unless I can get one of my guys who's doing a late delivery Thursday to go near that area, take care of it. Anyway, have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. It was just literally several hours ago, Verizon issuing a statement that they believe they have finally restored service following the outage there on Wednesday. They also plan on issuing account credits, to the affected customers as compensation for your inconvenience this past day. Statement says the outage has been resolved. If customers are still having an issue, we encourage them to restart their devices to reconnect to the network. That went out in a tweet here a few hours ago. Yeah, more on that coming up here. Around the country, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Republicans say contempt of Congress charges against Bill and Hillary Clinton will be voted upon next week in the Epstein investigation. Republican Congressman James Comer.
We're going to vote on it in committee Wednesday, so we're giving plenty of notice. We're having a markup, a regularly scheduled markup. We will mark up criminal contempt of Congress charges for both Clintons for defying a legal subpoena.
The Clintons skipped their scheduled depositions, accusing Republicans of selective prosecution. Bill Clinton denies wrongdoing. Subpoenas were approved in a bipartisan vote last summer. Some U.S. personnel are being evacuated from key Middle East bases as President Trump weighs possible action against Iran. Reports cite U.S. officials as tensions rise over Iran's crackdown on anti-government protests. Trump says the U.S. is reviewing options and stands ready to assist. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Indeed, crazy times we live in. Yeah, lots to cover, lots to update you on. Iran, things really getting interesting. I've seen numerous posts where you have the flight tracker radar tracking flights around the globe, and the airspace are pretty much all over Iran is really emptied out throughout the past evening. How significant that might be, we'll give you updates there. Yet another ICE-involved shooting in Minneapolis. This past day, Homeland Security issued an official statement a little before 8 o'clock Eastern Time here, just a few hours ago. We'll update you on that momentarily. First, back to Verizon. Yes, millions of people unable to make or receive calls, text messages this past day. In a statement just a few hours ago, the carrier apologized for the disruption that lasted more than 10 hours. The official statement says, "Today we let many of our customers down. For that, we are truly sorry. They expect more from us. We're working nonstop and making progress. Our teams will continue to work through the night until service is restored for all impacted customers. We will make this right for any customer affected. We will provide account credits and we'll share updates soon." Now, they haven't said how much they're going to offer, but just as a reference, AT&T experienced their own major outage back in February of 24. That one lasted for like 12 hours, you may recall. They ultimately issued a $5 credit to affected customers, which represents, they say, like a full day of service. Usually the account credits are applied to the next monthly bill. Some Verizon users on social media demanding the company offer $30 or more to make up for today's outage, citing the severity. But it all started about the noon hour Eastern time. Subscribers began losing cellular access to their phones, stopped voice calls, texting, mobile data. Apple iPhone owners also saw their devices flip to their Apple's satellite-powered SOS mode, which is kind of an emergency connectivity feature that activates when traditional cell service is lost. Down Detector, which had been tracking the outage, receiving over 2 million user reports about the connection problem, which just gives you an idea of how severe it was. I mean, for 2 million to actually go online and report something, millions of others don't bother, waste their time, just realizing, hey, something's amiss, right? Let me update you here. A little before 8 Central Time. Let's see. From Homeland Security, the Post from their website, federal law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted traffic stop in Minneapolis of an illegal alien from Venezuela who had been released into the country by Joe Biden in 2022. In an attempt to evade arrest, the subject fled the scene in his vehicle, only to crash into a parked car. The suspect then fled on foot. Law enforcement officers caught up with the suspect on foot, attempting to apprehend him when the subject began to resist and violently assault the officer. While the subject and law enforcement were in a struggle on the ground, 2 subjects came out of a nearby apartment and also attacked the law enforcement officer with a snow shovel and a broom handle. As the officer was being ambushed and attacked by the 2 individuals, the original subject got loose and began striking the officer with a shovel or the broomstick, fearing for his life and safety. As he was being ambushed by 3 individuals, the officer fired a defensive shot to defend his life. The initial subject was hit in the leg. Now, all 3 subjects ran back into the apartment, barricading themselves inside. The attacked officer and the subject are now both in the hospital. Both attackers are now in custody. This attack on another brave member of law enforcement taking place while Minnesota's top leaders, Governor Walz, Mayor Fry, are actively encouraging an organized resistance to ICE and federal law enforcement officers. Their hateful rhetoric and resistance against men and women who are simply trying to do their jobs must end. Federal law enforcement officers are facing a 1,300% increase in assaults as they put their lives on the line to arrest these criminals and lawbreakers every single day. So, and that's the video that continues to pour in as these protests and agitators are getting more and more confrontational with these ICE agents in certain places, especially Minneapolis right now. Meanwhile, around the country, it's 844-844-3388. Who we got on board? Would that be David? Morning, Steve. Can you hear me now? Well, I guess. Can you hear me now? Verizon is back online. Oh, it's the Beach Bum. I'll be listening. Have a great show. Not looking forward to this cold weather coming our way here in Central Florida. Morning from Steve. 16 degrees. Feels like 1 with the wind in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin tonight on the Pizza Shuttle Express. It was crazy this past morning, right after your show signed off at 4 a.m. Central Time. All of a sudden, it started snowing and blowing hard every direction. Blizzard conditions for about an hour. Had accidents all over the county. All right, Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. Be safe out there, drivers. Have a great day. There's Uncle Chops. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew, all the listeners. Erie, PA. That's where I was born. Good old Erie, Pennsylvania. Good to have you with us. Who we got? Did we say, John Ferguson. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight crew. We're parked in Greenville, South Carolina for the night. What crazy times we're in our human lives. I really hope our industry survives this all-out attack on our livelihoods. Anyway, pray hard, stay safe. We've got 56 degrees here at this hour. Shorty said Minneapolis is going nuts tonight. It's crazy. I don't have any sort of live feeds, even at this late hour, so they're coming up on the midnight hour Central Time there. All right, see what we can find out. 25 degrees here at the Chickendale Depot. Freezing my acorns off. That's scrapyard this morning. Carl says the killing of protesters against the Iranian tyranny has already been more than enough for the American Congress to have an emergency meeting to technically formally declare war on Iran. He feels like it's time. Soma says, yes, Iranian airspace is closed. All right, let's see. Buckeye Boy, the problem is with Verizon's SOS feature. You have to point the phone toward a specific satellite and wait for it to connect, and you can't move. Yeah, I was able to connect to my home Wi-Fi network and do some texts and emails and FaceTime audio calls to a limited number of people with that particular feature this past day. About 17 before the hour. Some of the breaking news. Let's give you more on the Iranian situation. Obviously, when you see airspace closing, this is kind of reminiscent of what we saw with Venezuela. You don't know if something is imminent or 24 hours away or a week away. U.S. military intervention in Iran could come within the next 24 hours, according to two European officials. On Wednesday evening, Reuters News reports an unnamed Israeli official also said it appears President Trump has decided to intervene, although the scope and the timing are unclear at this point. Now, we do know the United States has been withdrawing some personnel from key bases in the region as a precaution amid heightened regional tensions. Iran has threatened if we intervene in any way that U.S. bases, any U.S. bases, and Israel will all be targets for retaliation. Now, those remarks by a senior Iranian official who told Reuters earlier that Tehran has warned neighbors that host U.S. troops they will hit American bases if Washington strikes. Britain is also withdrawing some personnel from an airbase in Qatar ahead of possible strikes by the United States, according to reports Wednesday, mirroring the U.S. evacuating some of their personnel. Polish citizens have been notified, leave Iran immediately. That word from the Polish Foreign Ministry on Wednesday. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs urges the immediate departure from Iran and advises against all travel to this country via a post on X. Italy has also appealed to their citizens to leave Iran due to the security situation. There are about 600 Italians, they tell us, in Iran, most of them in the Tehran area. Now, all this less than 24 hours after the United States urged its citizens to leave Iran, advising them to consider departing by land to either Turkey or Armenia, according to a notice released from the U.S. Virtual Embassy in Tehran. It stated U.S. citizens should leave Iran now, consider departing Iran by land, Turkey or Armenia, if it is safe to do so. Now, this comes shortly after personnel were instructed specifically to depart the U.S. military's Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar by Wednesday evening amid warnings from Washington they could intervene to protect protesters in Iran. The U.S. Embassy in Doha had no immediate comment, according to Qatar's Foreign Affairs Ministry. Al Udeid is the Middle East's largest U.S. base, housing around 10,000 troops there. This is a posture change not an ordered evacuation, according to one of the diplomats there. The diplomat said he's not aware of a specific reason that's been given for the posture change. Earlier Wednesday, a senior Iranian official tells Reuters Iran warned regional countries that it will strike U.S. military bases in the event of a U.S. attack. Tehran has told regional countries from Saudi Arabia to the United Arab Emirates to Turkey, bases in those countries will be attacked, asking those countries to prevent Washington from attacking Iran. Another uptick, the Department of War, they tell us this past day, is now moving the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group from the South China Sea to the U.S. Central Command Area of Responsibility, which includes the Middle East, as those tensions between the U.S. and Iran escalate. The strike group is expected to take about a week to reach the CENTCOM areas of operations. The Abraham Lincoln is the flagship of Carrier Strike Group 3, along with the Carrier Air Wing 9 and multiple Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyers assigned to Destroyer Squadron Number 21. Carrier Air Wing 9 includes a mix of fighter, electronic attack, airborne early warning, logistics, and helicopter squadrons, operating more than some 70 aircraft. The shift amid reports that the likelihood of a U.S. strike on Iran has increased significantly in recent days, as the Iranian regime warns they're prepared to respond decisively to any action taken. Now, this on the 17th day of deadly protests that have swept the country, according to the Times of Israel this past day. President Trump held lengthy discussions on Tuesday with advisors as the unrest continued. One U.S. source, quoted by Israeli Channel 12, said, as the bloodshed in Iran is continuing, it was likely Trump will have to do something within a day or two at the least. Iran extended an order closing their airspace to commercial aircraft, which it is now Thursday there. A notice said the closure is estimated to last until 7:30 a.m. local time. There was a previous order that had closed the airspace for just over 2 hours. CENTCOM's area of responsibility covers more than 4 million square miles, spanning Northeast Africa, the Middle East, Central Asia, and South Asia, encompassing some 21 countries, including Egypt, Iraq, Afghanistan, Iran, Pakistan. Some personnel at key U.S. military bases in Qatar were indeed advised to evacuate by Tuesday or Wednesday night, according to News Nation. They then go into what we know, the protests that have been continuing daily and nightly there in Iran. Of course, the president had advised to all Iranian patriots, keep protesting. Take over our institutions if possible. Save the name of the killers and the abusers that are abusing you. You're being very badly abused. 844-844-3388. Yes, some troubling times.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, Do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
All right, everything's kind of fluid. I'm looking at some of the posts from some of the listening friends out there. First of all, James, I guess maybe you're thinking, why would Iran close their airspace? Says, in my opinion, I think the rats may be trying to flee before any strikes occur. I could be wrong, but I think that would be a distinct possibility. Let's see. Scrapyard said, last I heard on the Enforcers channel that the no-fly order was lifted like in the past hour, which James responded Iranian airspace was reopened. But as of now, just only a few flights being shown in the air there. All right. Several Chinese flights over Iran. John said they're in the Arabian Sea right now as of a few hours ago. All right. Well, hello to Country Bumpkin. Good morning, Steve, the Overnight Drive family. Country Bumpkin in the house. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday Eve or Thirsty Thursday, coming back from a Muncie dropping hook. Now, parts of west central Ohio and eastern Indiana are stuck in some of these off and on snow showers. Yeah, road conditions are all over the place. Yeah, some are worked in indecent condition. You just get a mile away and they can be covered or slick. Winds are affecting visibility. Just stopped snowing at the yard. We've got 22 degrees. Be safe out there and do not rush if you can help it. Hello, Gary Montgomery on board. Now, one other quick Iranian situation update before we'll get to the top of the hour news break. Sasquatch will join us. The Grump Eagle has some thoughts this morning. And, of course, it's 844-844-3388. If you want to piss off President Trump, just threaten to kill him, right? It's not the first time, but Iran issued a direct assassination threat against President Trump this past day, airing a chilling image on state television showing President Trump during that rally in Butler, Pennsylvania in 2024 with a warning that says, this time the bullet won't miss. That image broadcast on Iran's Islamic Republic state television marks Tehran's most explicit threat yet against the president amid the escalating tensions between Washington and the Iranian regime. These kind of things, you never know if these are signals, go signs for maybe terror operators that are here in the country to give them authority. You're allowed to proceed. We just don't know. Now, the graphic reportedly originated a pro-regime rally in Iran that showed a bloodied image of President Trump in the aftermath of that assassination attempt in Butler, where he was shot in the ear. The rally footage aired despite widespread government-imposed blackouts across Iran aimed at suppressing coverage of the ongoing nationwide protests. And as we know, this is not the first time they've issued threats against President Trump. All right, news break. Good to have you with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Democrats led by Representative Robin Kelly have filed 3 articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, accusing her of obstructing Congress, violating public trust, and self-dealing amid criticism of immigration enforcement, including an ICE agent's fatal shooting of a U.S. citizen in Minneapolis.
This morning, I introduced articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. I am proud to have the support of almost 70 members of Congress already.
Passage in the Republican-controlled House is unlikely. Former Special Counsel Jack Smith is set to testify publicly before the House Judiciary Committee next week about his investigations into President Trump.
Chairman Jim Jordan made the announcement on Monday, with the hearings coming after Smith sat for more than 8 hours for a closed-door deposition with the Republican-led committee in December. Smith's attorney said his client welcomes the opportunity to defend himself and his reasoning for the probes. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The Trump administration says Americans detained in Venezuela are being released.
There are reports that at least 4 Americans have been freed. The State Department says that it welcomes the release of the detained Americans in Venezuela and goes on to say that it's an important step in the right direction by the interim government. This would be the first known release of American detainees since U.S. forces captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro earlier this month. I'm Jim Roop.
Democratic senators have joined Vermont independent Bernie Sanders to introduce a bill that would ban presidents from naming buildings after themselves.
Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen says America does not have kings or dictators, and the legislation would prevent Donald Trump or any other president from using public monuments to glorify and worship themselves. In addition to changing building names, the Stop Executive Renaming for Vanity and Ego Act would prohibit the use of federal funds to do so. If passed, the measure would apply retroactively to the Kennedy Center and Institute of Peace. I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Actor Timothy Busfield turned himself in after authorities in Albuquerque issued a warrant for his arrest earlier this month.
Busfield's accused of sexually abusing two boys who were child actors on the show he directed at the time, The Cleaning Lady. In a video from TMZ, Busfield denies the allegations.
I'm going to confront these lies. They're horrible. They're all lies. And I did not do anything to those little boys. And I'm going to fight it. I'm going to fight it with a great team. And I'm going to be exonerated.
Busfield's lawyer told TMZ he believes there's a revenge factor at work. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Federal officials say a second shooting involving federal law enforcement has occurred in Minneapolis during an operation last night. DHS says an ICE agent shot a Venezuelan man in the leg after being attacked while trying to make an arrest. Both he and the officer were hospitalized, two others taken into custody. The incident comes amid heightened tensions after a separate ICE-related fatal shooting in the city last week. Residents of an apartment building in Los Angeles have had enough of their naked neighbor.
Neighbors say the man constantly leaves his blinds wide open while standing in the nude. The man, whose bedroom is just feet away from neighbors' windows, is also accused of performing explicit acts in the view of others. Neighbors have recorded him and called police. One resident tells KTLA she's contacted the apartment managers, and they're not doing anything about it either. She's also stuck a large note in her window pleading with the man to close the blinds. I'm Daniel Martindale.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets, on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Welcome back. Welcome aboard. As we make our way into a new day. Time zone to time zone, rolling into, 15th day of January as we turn the page on the calendar. Coming up this hour, updates on the astronauts who are, as we speak, on their way back to Earth. Successfully departing the International Space Station this past afternoon. Actually, going to be returning here a few hours from now if all goes according to plan. As I said, updates on that. Same old song and dance as we have more electronic logging devices being taken out of service. I think we have 4 additional ELDs announced by the FMCSA this past day. Tell you which ones. And coming up, we'll look ahead toward weekend is just around the corner, and as we look at the Arctic air spilling into the deep south, we could see a snowstorm moving up the eastern seaboard over the weekend. Most of the models depicting it's going to be a very coastal kind of storm, so eastern from southeast Georgia through the eastern Carolinas up into eastern Virginia. Just how much snow might we see? It's getting close enough where they're getting a better handle on what they believe will be coming our way. And promise we get to the call. Sasquatch, what's happening?
Hey, give you a short report from about Jackson to Chillicothe up to Columbus. It was slicker than all get out. From Columbus up here to Bellefontaine, pretty nice and decent, not too bad. A little cold. Compared to where I was at about 12 hours ago. But I'm not up to par on the Iran thing, but do you think we ought to get our own backyard in shape before we go stepping somewhere? I trust our president to do what needs to be done over there, but if we can't control, and if we can't, our governor, and the governors from all over, they technically report to the president. Why does this guy still have a job as a governor? Why are we trying to impeach Homeland Security lady?
Well, I believe there's a representative in Minnesota that was supposed to unveil impeachment articles against him yesterday or the day before. That's a state issue. The governor would have to be recalled by the people in the state.
Right. I'm just, what would happen if that was just, that ICE agent is highly trained. One, I don't understand why he was trying to make an arrest in Minnesota by himself. Given the situation, he shouldn't have been by himself, being in Minnesota with tensions as high as they are. But I just don't understand why the man has his detail that protects him, that carries guns, and have permission to shoot upon the threat of the governor's life, and that's okay. But trying to protect 250 years of history, and that's not okay. Or anything along that line. Why didn't somebody just walk up and just basically look at this governor and go, look, for the first time in 25 years, we got a president that's kicking some butt, and you don't like it. Dilute.
No, but you've got a governor he's scared to what. He knows he's involved in the fraud. Right. He knows the house of cards is collapsing on him. He kind of tipped his hat when he said he was not going to run for his next term. But he's refusing to step down now.
I don't get that. I really don't. I personally think he needs to go away now. And if there's any ICE agents out there, you need someone to back you up, give me a call. I'll go. I don't care. I'm crazy. I'm crazy enough, I'll go do it. And with my back, I don't have to follow the law like they do. You piss me off, I'm going to shoot you. I would much rather be judged.
Sasquatch has your back, right?
Yeah. I would much rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6.
I hear you.
So, shoot, then ask questions. Because because we have them in Springfield, Ohio, even though they said that they wasn't, they're all over. And, like Mr. Kennedy said. This is our country. You're not going to take it over.
Right.
Deal with it.
There you go. Well, Sasquatch, he's got your back there. Ice, give him a call if you need some backup. Let me see here. Yeah, Michael. Peeking in for a moment, headed home from my day shift. Really crappy up here in northeast Ohio tonight. Down here in Carroll County, headed home to Salem. Roads are slick. I went from 41 degrees to 20 degrees since just 7:30 this evening. By the time I left my load spot, my trailer was covered in ice. All right, everybody be safe out there. Hello to Daniel. Morning from over by New Salem, North Dakota tonight with 34 degrees. Heat wave, good morning. We'll be right here, right there in a few. Just waking up. We're headed to Joliet, Illinois to see Jake and Elwood Blues. Yeah, we get there sometime today. There's Glenn. Morning, Steve. Haven't checked in a while. I've been on medical leave since last Labor Day. Blew out my knee, had to have surgery. Now finalizing all the steps to get back out on the road. All right, thank you for all you do, Glenn. All right, good to hear from you. And there's the Grump. Morning, Grump.
Morning. Good morning. I give old Sasquatch a little advice. Don't ever get on a national radio show that, such as yours.
Say I don't have to obey the law. Right?
Because that, that can come back to haunt him if he ever had to deploy a weapon or a firearm. We don't like calling them weapons because it's aggressive sounding, but if you ever had to deploy your firearm, if you have a concealed carry and use it, that will come back to haunt you.
Premeditated. Sounds like you're premeditated, right?
Yeah, and it's, making goofy statements like that. I'd hate to see the man get in trouble over, something like
right.
Anything. I mean, anything. But that's just my opinion on that. But, I look at this, Walz, the governor up there is an idiot. Everybody knows he's an idiot. He's trying to stay hid right now. What he does do is do his little hit and runs, and he'll run his mouth and then retreat back into a place. But that ICE agent was not by himself. He was part of a task force that was doing a takedown. So, that was up there when he wound up shooting, shooting that lady, and then the one today.
The one today. I mean, was he alone?
No, he was not. There were several of them that they were doing a felony stop on this guy, and they got into a chase with him. Anyway, he wrecked his car by this apartment building, and the other people jumped out. There was 3 of them in the vehicle, and they all jumped out. Well, anyway, him and the one ICE agent got into a scuffle, and the others were chasing the other ones down. But anyway,
So that's how he ended up. Yeah, so there were several agents all pursuing different individuals. The one he caught up with ended up having a couple people come out of the apartment and join into the ambush. Okay.
Yeah, and they still believe that. They're about 99.9% sure that the two that was also fighting with that one guy was come out of the car, out of the vehicle. There's a couple things here, man. When you look at this, the American people right now, they got to have the weak stomachs of anybody under the sun. They want their rights, their civil rights and everything. And when you look at what's going on up in Minnesota, it's 12 damn degrees up there. The best thing to do right now, I would say, would be deploy some water cannons up there, hose them people down, and when they're laying there on the damn ground shivering with hypothermia, haul their ass to jail. The one thing that I noticed overseas in places is that when, the Brits will do it, a lot of different countries over in the European Union will do it, but they will deploy water cannons. They'll blast your ass down the street if they have to. But the one thing that they do is they put dye. If it's in a lot of places, some of the places like after these big soccer matches, they'll put this dye that you cannot wash off your skin. It has to wear off over time. And they would hose these people down with this damn stuff that was rioting and carrying on like idiots. And it also has a distinctive smell to it. It smells like rotten eggs. And they just go around to the bus stations and, pick them up. They just back off, let them do whatever they want to do, and then go around and pick them up. They'll arrest whoever, is available, but they're not going to get after these chases. They post security at the bus stations, at the train stations, at places like that, at the stores, the medical facilities, and as soon as somebody walks in with that dye on them, they arrest them. There's no questions asked. We don't do that. We have lawyers that are standing out there arguing with the ICE agents and stuff. I'm here to protect their civil rights. The first thing I'd do would be cuff that son of a gun and stick his ass in the back of a car and say, there, protect your own civil rights because you're impeding an investigation. But we're not doing stuff that we should be doing. The days of, look at these people. They have no problem throwing frozen water bottles, Steve, or throwing urine on people or anything like that. To me, when they start, just as soon as one of these protests, and it's not a protest, I listened to Eagle the other night, and, I like listening to Eagle, but he's against protests. This is not a protest. This is anarchy, and every damn one of them, when they show up, and the minute they start getting a little bit violent or out of line, and, if they don't disperse when they're told to, at that point in time, they need to be arrested. But you look at Minneapolis police, they won't even deploy anybody out on these scenes. They just back off because that jackass mayor they have up there that is threatening their jobs if they go and support ICE. I'd be the first one there. And if that damn mayor had run his mouth to me, by God, I'd lock his ass up for obstruction of justice and take my chances, with the courts. But that idiot, he is somebody that's been inflaming these situations, along with that skank Omar. How in the hell did anybody in their right mind think that woman, if they voted her into office, was going to do anything but disrupt services and disrupt the House of Representatives the way she does? It seems like that was her job, AOC's job, that blabbermouth damn Presley, they voted her out of St. Louis, but Jasmine Crockett, there's another fine, upstanding example of what our congressional members should look like. It's the days of this is just going crazy. Congress needs to get their ass together, sit down and start writing some laws that are going to protect we the people. If it doesn't impede these protesters and all these illegals, the Democrats are not going to do it. I've never in my life seen a bunch of idiots that would rather support a murderer, a child molester, or people like that and let some starving damn pregnant mother or somebody like that get attacked by one of these bastards and just go on about their way. Now, everybody in the United States, as far as I'm concerned, if you're a legal citizen, if you're a law-abiding citizen, you should have the right to defend yourself, and you do to a certain extent. But up there in places like that where you got these idiot mayors, the first person they look at is the person that's trying to defend themselves. What did you do to antagonize that criminal? What did you say that pissed them off? Nothing. You was just a victim of their circumstances. And we need to stop this, man. People needs to grow a set, by God, and start looking at this country, because it's going to fall to crap like that. When you got the Mandamis or Mondamis or whatever the hell this idiot mayor is in New York City, Bernie Sanders. There's a fine example of a congressman, a socialist, an old socialist that's never worked a damn job a day in his life. He has fed off taxpayers his entire life, but yet he is rich and people are poor, and they can't figure out why they're poor, because you're giving money to idiots like that. You keep putting fools in office like that. And it just, man, I'll tell you what, I'm so damn sick of listening to this garbage. And then you see what's going on in Iran. Right now, they closed the airspace. Why did they close the airspace? Because government was probably moving troops. They didn't want anybody coming in. Now you got some of the Kurds. You see reports of the Kurds, some of the PKK people that are going across the northern provinces up there around Sirsinq and areas like that where we were. And that's all Kurdish held places up in there. That whole northern region belongs to the Kurds. That used to be Diyarbakir, Turkey, right across the line there, used to be the capital of old Kurdistan. So it's flooded with Kurds. And the last damn thing that the Iranians need is a bunch of pissed off Kurds coming across that, because they will fight you tooth and nail. They do not care. And now you got Turkey that's saying that they're going to target some of the Kurds, the strongholds of the Kurds. They were supposed to lay down their arms a couple of years ago, and the PKK was, and say that we're not going to fight Turkey anymore, we're not going to be disruptive anymore, or anything like that. But they didn't do it, and there's a reason they didn't do it, because they're all that stands in the northern provinces of Iraq that has any semblance to law and order. They're the ones that is key. They could have very easily stomped the snot out of Saddam's boys up there if Bill Clinton back in the day would have just got off his ass and got somebody in there besides Sandy Berger as the security advisor and let them do what they said they would do. If we would have armed them, we would have had that mess in Iraq. But hey, it is what it is. But right now, if they're coming across the northern province, they're going to go there to help the people. And, look, that place has got to fall, man. There just isn't any doubt about it. I mean, if they're killing 25,000 people or 12,000 or whatever it is right now, I'm hoping that more of the Arab nations that is in that region realize what kind of dangerous situation that they're in when they got idiots that is running Iran that would turn their guns on their own people. And maybe they'll straighten their asses up enough to start providing some support. I don't care if they, if they even have a troop that goes in there. At least allow some of the peacekeepers that are willing to go in there, and it's not going to be UN troops, because number one, that Secretary General of UN is about as stupid as Walls is. I mean, you might as well put that goofy clown over there in charge of things, because that's exactly about the same thing that'll happen. They're more important. They're more inclined to bitch about things that Donald Trump says or things that Donald Trump wants to do, as opposed to getting off their ass and taking care of the $200 billion UN deal that that protects the security of people. But they don't care. I mean, it's all smoke and mirrors and them bastards anymore, and I'm just sick of them. We're just, like I said, just pull the fire alarm when the last one walks out the door, lock the doors, nail them shut, and send their asses to The Hague and let them worry about it over there. Just get them out of the United States, because they're not doing a damn thing. They're not doing what the charter said they were going to do. But we're looking at this, and we're standing on the outside looking in and saying, "Damn, what can we do as a country?" Well, if they keep killing people, number one, they can neutralize a lot of the situation, a lot of the like the airfields and things like that. We bombed the snot out of some of the, quite a bit of their bases, over there. But they need to start hitting some stuff like some of the government buildings, that the Ayatollah, has all of his people in, and they still haven't heard anything from him. Where is he? He's the one that's all about this uprising and everything. Hell, he ought to be there on the front line.
Is he even in the country? I'm thinking, if you clear all the commercial airlines flights out of the country, which they did yesterday, and you've got the timeline, you see all the, you can then, I guess, mobilize and move military aircraft or government personnel without flight transponders to see where they're at. You clear the airspace so you can move all this military stuff and reposition it, because maybe they're concerned that some of these air bases were going to be targeted and they wanted to move their stuff. That's what I'm thinking.
Well, that's a good assessment of it. That's generally what happens. And one other thing is that when they start closing off the airspace, and they'll be telling other nations that are sympathizers for them, that are coming in for whatever reason, for whatever belief, like say Russia wants to come in and they're going to provide safe passage for the Ayatollah and all his group of goons or whoever in the hell they are, and they'll tell them to, turn off the transponders, fly in, we have the airspace lockdown, and then, we'll fly out the same way. And, that's something right there where they think if they got to, a snowball's chance of tumbling, they're going to get the hell out of that country because they do not want to wind up like Saddam Hussein at the end of a rope, but that's exactly where they ought to be, And it's just, man, I'll tell you, it's, I watched a lot of the videos and things that was going on, and it's a damn shame. I'd hate to see something like, I don't think it would ever happen here in the United States, not when we got 300 million guns here. And the gun owners right now, you'd never see, I don't think you'd ever see our government, they learned a hell of a lesson during COVID, right there, that you're about ready to piss off we the people, and we will have a do-over, especially when they're making their mask mandatory and arresting people for walking on a damn beach without a mask on and stupid stuff like that. I don't think you're ever going to see that again because, if it ever round up again, and some idiot president was to want to, impose the Emergency Powers Act and say, all right, we suspend the Constitution, you have to do what I say, you're going to see a lot of pants dropped and butts turned toward the White House and say, kiss right here. We ain't doing it. It ain't going to freaking happen ever again. We didn't go bleed overseas to protect the rights of this country or stand up and take an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution because you got some jackass that thinks that he has the right to suspend that Constitution under the Emergency Powers Act that was written to do nothing but tell the people to just sit down and shut up and listen to what we got to say.
Right. And right there, we got to pause. Great to have you with us. 844-844-3388. A Thursday coming our way. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Republicans say contempt of Congress charges against Bill and Hillary Clinton will be voted upon next week in the Epstein investigation. Republican Congressman James Comer.
We're going to vote on it in committee Wednesday, so we're giving plenty of notice. We're having a markup, a regularly scheduled markup. We will mark up criminal contempt of Congress charges for both Clintons for defying a legal subpoena.
The Clintons skipped their scheduled depositions, accusing Republicans of selective prosecution. Bill Clinton denies wrongdoing. Subpoenas were approved in a bipartisan vote last summer. Some U.S. personnel are being evacuated from key Middle East bases as President Trump weighs possible action against Iran. Reports cite U.S. officials as tensions rise over Iran's crackdown on anti-government protests. Trump says the U.S. is reviewing options and stands ready to assist. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for industrial injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Here we are, rolling into a Thursday. Let's say good morning to Big John. Checking in via email. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Hope everybody's doing well. 19 degrees, Washington Courthouse. Everybody drive safe out there. We got a little bit of snow on the road. Everybody have a great weekend when you get to it. Don't forget to grab some Hot Shot Secret products. Yeah, the cold air sweeping back in. We're looking at the polar vortex on the horizon once again. Gonna be needing to take care of that diesel fuel. Everyday diesel treatment with winter defense. You don't want to be caught gelled up on the side of the road in the freezing cold. All right, Grump, welcome back.
Thank you. But you know what I'm saying, man? The face of our voting population has changed so much. You know, the Democrats have learned that they can play on the emotions of these idiot damn young people that somehow believes that you know, getting a degree in social services or in basket weaving should be something that carries them over the top, you know, and gets them $100,000 damn a year job. You know, I've said it before. You know, you go back over the riots, Steve. If they were busting in shoe stores, they take all the Nikes and leave the work boots on the damn shelf. You know, they'll go into a grocery store or somewhere like that, steal every bottle of booze, but not one damn steak or anything like that is taken out of the cooler. You know, our priorities have changed to the point that. And it all started when parents were afraid to parent. You know, when I was growing up, I didn't mouth off to my dad, not because I was afraid of him. You know, it was just I had enough respect to know that he would react to it. You know, and that did scare me a little bit. I mean, he was a good father. He drank, you know, he drank, but, you know, old Big Jim, by God, when it comes to ass whooping, he doled it out now. You know, so I've said it, you know, we've talked about it before right here. You know, I wasn't afraid of the law growing up. Hell, I did stuff that I probably could have got arrested for. I was not afraid of the law. But what I was afraid of was that ass whooping waiting at the house when I got done with the law. You know, that was what kept me in line. It was nothing, and he wasn't an abusive person. But by golly, when he spoke, you listened and it was yes, sir, no, sir, that kind of thing. I mean, Dad did not play that crap. Neither did my grandpa, or none of that. But our generation has changed so much today that when a punk won't even get off his ass and offer his seat to an old lady, society is breaking down. And you can look right up there. How many parents need to go up there to where all this crap is going on in Minneapolis and just beat the holy hell out of some of their kids and put them back in line? And if you remember back in Baltimore when they was having all them riots and that kid that got his ass whooped, his mother walked out there and got him and whipped his ass all the way to the car, I had a hell of a lot of respect for that lady. It was like, it was just like the way it should be, where a parent takes control of their kids. And, you used to, want to pass something along if it was nothing more than self-respect. You wanted your kids to represent your family name with all the, with respect and honor. And it isn't like that anymore, man. It's like, hell, parents today, they don't give a damn. The kids live in their basement half their life, if not all their life. And that is the damn problem. They won't tell them to get out and find a freaking job and do something respectful. Do something where they can feel like they're contributing to society. No, they want to sit on their sorry ass and say, what can you do for me? Where's my free money? And you got people like Bernie Sanders, AOC, and all these other idiots that are socialists in this damn country agging that crap on. I wish Congress would go back into session and they would step up and write their bylaws to where any damn thing at all that didn't represent Congress or this country in the best of light, their asses get impeached out or removed from Congress. I mean, we don't have. It's like we have nothing that they do. And look at Bill and Hillary Clinton right now. They're Comer and them's going to vote on this. How much money has Comer spent on this damn investigation? I can tell you, almost $100 million that he has spent. How many people's been arrested on this Epstein deal? One. That damn gal that his girlfriend or whatever. That's it. That's all that's been arrested in 14 freaking years. And now he wants to bring it up and say, well, hell, let's get Bill and Hillary Clinton, two old coots that we just need to forget about. Just wherever they are, if they're in Chappaqua or wherever in the hell it is, let them stay there and just shut the hell up. Nobody wants to hear anything from them anymore. But not Comer. James Comer, I don't know what the hell his deal is. Every investigation that he's ever done has fell on its ass and made the Republican Party look like idiots. Somebody should rein him in and say, look, dude, if the Justice Department isn't investigating this for criminal activity, or if they are investigated, let's stay in our lane and just do the people's work, all right now, instead of having all these damn committees and all this other stuff where they want to have all these congressional investigations over something like Jeffrey Epstein. He's dead. Good. The stain on society is gone. If there was any kids that was molested or anything like that, then try to get them to come forward to say who did it. And then have your investigation. Well, hell, they don't have to do it. Let the Justice Department do it. But James Comer and the Democrats are just like it. They go after, instead of having a crime that they're investigating, let's just go ahead and see what we can dig up. That's called process crimes. You look and you look and you look until finally you find something that might cost you $150 million damn dollars to be able to lock somebody up for 3 years, but damn it, you did a good job. And this is the crap that we're dealing with right now. This is what keeps stuff stirred up. If it's not the Republicans, it's the damn Democrats. All these idiotic, no good, worthless investigations that they go through that produces nothing other than trying to paint one party in such a light that the other party runs from them. Hey, that's how they get a vote. That's how they get voted.
And we know,
hell.
We know if Bill and Hillary actually showed up for one of those hearings, they would not remember anything. They'd have no recollection. Yes, I flew on the plane. I never participated in anything. I don't know what you're talking about. And what are they going to have? They think they're going to actually come in and incriminate themselves?
The last 5 people that went in front of Comer didn't say a damn thing other than plead the fifth. Their constitutional right to plead the fifth. And that's exactly what they did. It's not saying that I'm guilty of anything. You know, that's not what it's saying. It's just saying, hey, I'm not, you know, I don't have to answer these questions. Damn, it's ridiculous, number one, that they keep this crap up. Now they're going to vote on whether or not to lock his ass up.
Right.
I can tell you right now, he ain't going to jail.
And just just like Trump, if all those files had anything implicating Trump, the Democrats would have released it over the 4 years Biden was there. If there was anything that directly tied Bill Clinton to a crime, would they not have already processed that?
They would have had billboards made up with the damn stuff posted on them, exactly what Trump did. I think this is a lot to do about nothing. You had a lot of perverts that went to that damn island or whatever, and some young girls, you know, they said, well, most of them are over 18. You know, if they're over 18,
right,
lock somebody's ass up or get off of it. I'm sick of listening about it. I mean, that's just the way it is. But hell, even some of them that they said was younger than that said nothing happened. You know, they were, you know, of course something happened, you know. Or that one gal wouldn't be in damn jail right now. But, you know, if they ain't willing to testify, they ain't a hell of a lot that you can do about it. You know, if you have no witnesses, where's the crime? You know, but Comer just keeps digging crap. And, you know, it reminds me of that jackass, that apple-headed idiot, freaking, what's his name, Adam Schiff, when he was talking about Trump. We have evidence that, you know, he colluded with the Russians. They didn't have a damn thing. But what they had was the hope that what they were saying was going to be enough to sway an election. And it probably did in many respects. But it just, you know, I'm just sick of all this damn stuff. It's leave it to the Justice Department and let them handle these damn criminal investigations and let Congress get off their ass and finally balance a budget and do something for we the freaking people. But that's my rant for the night.
There you go. That's there's Grump's 2 cents worth. In back to the Iran situation with, you know, what's going on with clearing the airspace and all. And I think Grump agreed that we're kind of on the same track. You clear the commercial aircraft, then you can put military aircraft or aircraft evacuating top government officials that may be in the crosshairs of the United States. You know, with no transponders activated on these planes, they can fly out of the country to anywhere. And we would not know where they are unless we have technology to track them that, you know, the flight tracker can't. But there was let me see here, breaking. Iran's elite are moving the money, preparing to run. This is the kind of signal regimes send right before things break. According to reporting out of Israel, Mojtaba Khamenei, the son of Iran's supreme leader, widely viewed as successor, has moved hundreds of millions of dollars out of Iran in the past 48 hours, with about $1.5 billion total shifted by regime-linked figures. Destination, Dubai. Method, crypto, not banks. Here's why that matters. 5 major Iranian banks are reportedly on the brink of collapse, including Bank SEPA, a key financial arm linked to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. When banks wobble, insiders do not debate ideology. They protect their exit. The money pipeline reportedly works like this. Iran sells oil. The proceeds bypass banks. Funds are converted directly to digital currency. Crypto is routed to exchanges in Dubai, instantly converted to cash, then moved into foreign accounts or paid out via cash networks. That is not routine finance. That is escape planning. And one name stands out. The son of the supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, said to have personally transferred $328 million to the same destination. Say it again, $328 million. People who believe in their system do not evacuate billions. They don't drain the vaults while telling their citizens to stand firm. They don't launder money for just in case. This is essentially the regime telling on itself. When leaders stop trusting their own future, the clock starts moving fast. Money first, explosions later, flights booked quietly. They are preparing, he says, for the day after.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
All right, let me give you an update, some of the industry headlines. Here we go again. It's become so routine every few weeks. More electronic logging device being taken off the approved list. This past day, the FMCSA removing 4 additional electronic logging devices. Failure to meet the minimum requirements. It's always the same. The following ELDs have now been placed on the revoked list. Starting with the ELD provider known as Premier Ride Logs, LLC. Premier Ride Logs, the device name. The next provider, DSG Tracking, LLC. That's DSG eLogs. The next, you've got the same name. It's State eLog LLC, which the original device, I guess, was State eLogs. Then there's State eLog LLC, device name State eLogs 2. If an ELD is not meeting federal requirements, it's taken out of service, plain and simple. We'll keep making clear, fair decisions that put safety first and support everyone who shares the roadways, according to the FMCSA Administrator Derek Bars this past day. So by now you should probably know any carrier using those now revoked devices, number 1, discontinue using the revoked ELD, revert to paper logs or logging software to record your hours of service data. Then replace the revoked eLog with a compliant ELD from the registered device list before March 15 in this case. Before March 15, law enforcement officers are encouraged not to cite drivers or carriers using one of these revoked devices. After March 15, law enforcement should cite the driver for no record of duty status and place said driver out of service. Over and over again. And yeah, there's still, like 1,000 different ELDs out there on the so-called approved list. But Eagle, what's happening this morning?
Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, I got a lot to say tonight since I didn't get called in last night. But first of all, before I get to the part that I want to raise hell about, I want to say I got some good news today. I'm going to be at the Daytona 500. My boss man was able to get tickets for the 500 this year, so I'll definitely be there in February in the next couple of weeks. So that's start the year off right at the 500, and hopefully we'll see a good race this year. We'll see what happens. Tony Stewart, he's going to be back at Daytona. He's going to be racing the truck this year. So, yeah, he's back. He's going to race everything on four wheels. Tony Stewart. Plus, he's doing the drags car deal, too. So, yeah, I'll be looking forward to seeing Tony Stewart in action on maybe he can win the truck race. But the second thing I wanted to talk about, Steve, so far the dummy of the year, and we're basically only 2 weeks into the year. Well, I might as well go ahead and say dumbass of the year because that's exactly what he is. Here's a note, Steve, to anybody that's listening to me tonight. If the president of the United States comes to your job, don't insult the president as he's walking through your job.
Right.
How stupid can you be to do that to President Trump? Now that guy is no longer employed. Did he really think he was going to get away with insulting Donald Trump and not have no repercussions? He called him a child molester and some other things. And Donald Trump, a lot of people were saying that he didn't act presidential, but Donald Trump did exactly what I would have done. I would have shot him in the finger, just like Donald Trump did, because that guy, he has no basis to say that and no proof that Donald Trump does it. And now he's out of work because of his stupidity, and that's exactly what he deserves for insulting the president with some bogus garbage like that. But that's what happens when you have another intelligent liberal. And how much you want to bet that guy was a Democrat? 10 times out of 10. Now, moving on to a subject, Steve, that me and you are never going to agree on because I see things a little bit different. And I'm seeing the results of what I'm saying is happening right now. Now, first of all, the woman that got shot last Tuesday and Wednesday. Yet, I'm still looking at videos tonight as you had me on hold with people still in the streets, 15, 20 degrees outside in Minnesota, still protesting. But see, here's the deal, Steve. A lot of those people are not from Minnesota, and that's where I get real pissed off. Mm-hmm. Because see, if you don't live in Minnesota, Steve, if you don't live in Minneapolis, Minnesota, you don't have no reason to be there. You don't have no reason to be protesting because, see, these people that's Antifa that has shown up from out of Oregon and other locations around America. These are paid protesters. Remember I asked you that a couple of years ago when this was going down in Minnesota with George Floyd. I said, who would be dumb enough to burn down their own city? Well, guess what, Steve? Just like we found out about Omar, you know why it's so easy to burn down a damn city? Because guess what? You don't live there. It's a little bit easier to burn something down that you don't have nothing to do with. If you lived in Minneapolis, Minnesota, I don't think you want to burn down your own damn city. So it seems to me that all these troublemakers that are out there in the street, they don't live there. So if that's the case, and I've told you this before, those people need to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. They need to check their IDs and find out, do you have a Minnesota residents. If you don't, buddy, you in some serious trouble because you have no business being in Minnesota outside protester trying to cause trouble. Because, see, like I told you, Steve, you see what happens after it got dark again tonight. Another Venezuelan individual that shouldn't have been in the country to begin with. And unfortunately, we continue talking about these people because they got in due to the previous president's stupidity. Now they have them round them up. And this guy got into an altercation with the police, just like Rump said, and he got shot. Who cares? Because he shouldn't have been here to begin with.
Right. And he should not have been fighting. I mean, he's on the ground fighting. I don't know if there's any video of that or not, but and then the two other come out. I don't know. You say we're never going to agree. I agree. A protest is standing on the sidewalk, not blocking roadways, not impeding traffic. Holding your sign, all right? Not throwing rocks, not throwing bottles, not throwing fireworks. I'm 100% with you. All these people they're not protest. If you're assaulting ICE agents, if you're blocking the ICE facility, if you're threatening or intimidating the ICE officers, if you're interfering with their operations, arrest them, charge them, prosecute them to the highest level of the law. Hold that thought there.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Supreme Court has still yet to rule on the legality of President Trump's global tariffs.
The justices issued opinions Wednesday, but didn't issue a ruling related to the tariffs, and the next announcement day is currently not known. Trump said, "We're screwed if the High Court rules against the tariffs." The court's decision could have massive implications for American consumers and businesses, the economy, and presidential authority. I'm at Mattinson.
The U.S. has made its first sale of Venezuelan oil.
The deal is valued at $500 million. The exact details of the sale remain unclear, but a Trump administration official says more sales are expected in the coming weeks. This comes after the capture of former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro by the U.S. In the aftermath of that military operation, the White House has said it plans to sell Venezuelan oil and control the proceeds, splitting the money between the U.S. government, U.S. companies, and Venezuela. I'm Jim Roop.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the U.S. is sending humanitarian aid to Cuba to assist recovery from Hurricane Melissa. He says the administration is working with the Catholic Church to deliver aid directly to the people, bypassing what he calls the illegitimate regime. President Trump wants the anti-regime protesters in Iran to keep the pressure up.
Trump's considering airstrikes on Iran to help them topple the Ayatollah. And Republican Senator Ted Cruz of Texas isn't entirely opposed to the idea.
It might make sense to do so, but it would depend on the specific target and it would have to be limited.
Cruz made his comments on the Clay and Buck show. Cruz went on to say if there were a revolution in Iran, it would be best if the world saw it come from the people of Iran and not the U.S. government. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Germany, Sweden, and Canada plan to send troops to Greenland amid President Trump's push for U.S. control of the Danish territory. Trump has called anything less than U.S. control unacceptable ahead of talks with Denmark and Greenland officials. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
I thank you for your hard work.
The House has passed a two-bill spending package funding the State Department, Treasury, IRS, and other programs. The legislation cleared the chamber 341 to 71 and now heads to the Senate next week for consideration. The Washington legislature may consider a wealth tax this session.
The wealth tax would apply to people making over $1 million a year. During his State of the State address, Governor Bob Ferguson detailed his ideas. He wants the money used to boost the Working Families Tax Credit program that goes to low and moderate income families. He also wants businesses with revenue under $1 million to be exempt from the B&O tax. The legislature will have the final say. I'm Brad Ford.
Palisades fire victims are accusing the city of Los Angeles of blocking transparency about that disaster.
This week, attorneys for the city moved to block the release of depositions from firefighters. The depositions are expected to detail firefighters' actions and decisions during and leading up to the deadly fire. A group of Palisades fire victims is suing the city. Last June, the city's attorneys invoked a general protective order in the case. It allows both sides to designate all or part of any testimony in the case as confidential for up to 30 days. I'm Daniel Martindale.
A Starbucks employee in Norwalk, California, has been fired for drawing a pig on a coffee cup, then served it to a sheriff's deputy. Starbucks says the image was a popular meme drawn before the deputy arrived. The sheriff's department called the incident offensive. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Okay, welcome back. Another hour underway as we make our way into a brand new day. Okay, we turn the page. 15th day of January coming on. Hope your week's going well. Thursday, a weekend just around the corner. Just shared a few moments ago where they're apparently tracking the millions of dollars exiting Iran. Our own Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, kind of dropped the bombshell this past evening, where he says the Treasury sees, I guess they're watching Iran's elite running, by stating the money trail is lighting up and it's going out of Iran. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said U.S. sanctions trackers can see Iranian leadership pulling cash and fleeing financially. The other thing, as Treasury, which carries out the sanctions, we are now seeing the rats fleeing the ship. We can see millions, tens of millions of dollars being wired out of the country, snuck out of the country by the Iranian leadership. They are abandoning ship. And we're seeing it come into banks and financial institutions all over the world. What we do at the Treasury is we follow the money. Very interesting. All right, we left off. We were chatting with Eagle there, and the difference, difference in a protest versus, you'd call it riot or insurrection. All these individuals that are out there blocking these ICE facilities, I'm with you there, Eagle. Round their asses up. You don't come to a protest with a tear gas mask on if you're not looking to cause problems.
Yeah, that's the reason why I'm so aggravated, Steve. We've been talking about this for 8 or 9 years. We've been talking about the same situation, through the Trayvon Martins and the Mike Browns and the other names, Walter Scotts and all that. The list of names goes on and on and on. The same deal, the same troublemakers, and I'm just fed up with them, all of them, from Portland, Oregon, all the way to New York City to Texas, wherever the hell they decide to go, whenever the troublemakers. Because see, these people are not going to be satisfied, Steve, until they burn the city down to the ground in Minneapolis, Minnesota. That's what they would love to do, is burn that city. And the way I see it now, Steve, this Donald Trump, he's been way too nice. He gave the man an opportunity, that loser, that bogus coward of a mayor that they have up there in Minnesota. He's giving him a whole week to try to get his city under control. It's obvious the city is not under control when you have people continue doing the same thing night after night. At this point, I think that Donald Trump should send into the National Guard, the military, and shut the whole city down from have a curfew from the time it gets dark until daylight. You hit the street, we hit the street. Anybody on the street after that, unless you got a good place to go, you going to work, you got something important to do, you going to jail. It's just that simple. You can't keep playing games with these people, because they're gonna take advantage of the situation as long as they can, Steve. And eventually, see, right now, all we have is a couple of people getting shot. But if it continues on with all the rhetoric and the violence, eventually one of these ICE individuals is going to get shot. You already don't have a man get run over by a car. It's just a matter of time before one of these ICE individuals, ICE agents, get shot by somebody. That's how bad it's getting right now. You can't continue to let this go on night after night. This is the United States of America. And let's talk about what these people are protesting about. And that should make even the stupidest person realize that it's a bogus cause. First of all, they're protesting for a woman that tried to that refused to obey the law orders she was focusing on the police, purposely causing chaos with those people all that whole morning. And then she blocked the roadway, and then she refused to get out of her car. Then she put the car in drive and tried to run over somebody. Okay, and second of all, we're protesting against Somalians, people that have stolen money, so much money that we can't even count it. They're talking about in billions of dollars that these individuals have stolen from the American people with these bogus daycares and other things they got going on. Talking about people that are here in the country illegally. This is what these idiots are out in the street in 20-degree weather protesting about, Steve, which shows you how stupid they are. And that's another reason why it needs to come to a stop, because they're protesting for a bogus cause. it caused this waste of time. Like I said, they have a gutless mayor up there. I listened to his news conference again tonight, and he's still trying to put the blame on the federal government, that the federal government needs to leave and leave his community alone and let them continue stealing and robbing the money from the people of Minnesota and the United States. That's what this guy's great plan is. But no, it doesn't work like that. So, like I said before, Donald Trump, I think his mind is focused on.
Yeah, I'm with you. I got you. Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, I think his mind is focused on Iran right now. Minnesota better be lucky that Donald Trump is focusing on that, because I really believe that, and the reason why I can back up what I'm saying tonight, Steve, is because Donald Trump sent the National Guard into Washington, D.C., one of the worst crime areas in the USA. He totally shut that place down. You don't hear nothing about nobody getting killed in Washington, D.C. Since Donald Trump shut that down, except for that one bogus case where the two military guys, and I believe that was an inside job to begin with. But he is totally shut down Washington, D.C., and he can do the same thing in Minnesota. Minnesota's streets should be a ghost town. This time tomorrow night or this time next week, the streets of Minneapolis, Minnesota should be a ghost town, because there's no excuse for this behavior. And like I said, a lot of these people, go back to what I started out to begin with. These people are individuals that don't even live in Minnesota. So they're coming in looking for trouble. And here's what they do all night long, Steve, is say F ICE. I don't want to use that word. This is what these idiots consider protests and get out of our town. Saying, and then they're going to hotels where the ICE agents are staying at, and saying the same thing, blowing horns, trying to keep these people from not sleeping. And then they're also one other thing. There's a video out. Maybe you could talk about that. I seen that earlier tonight, where some of the restaurants in Minneapolis are refusing service.
Right.
When there was a group of ICE agents that went into a restaurant, and the manager, whoever he was, told him to leave. He said that he wasn't going to give them no service because they work for ICE in the government or whoever. He told them to get the hell out of his restaurant, and they were forced to leave because the mayor refused them service. And that makes no sense whatsoever when these people are only trying to help clean up and get the individuals out of their city that don't belong there. So the situation is totally out of control, and it needs to come to a stop. And I thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, and what they really need is they need a curfew. All these individuals on the streets, midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, they're there. I don't know. Do they ever go home? Yeah, if you had a law-abiding mayor or governor, they would indeed implement a curfew. Sunset, 7 o'clock, whatever time in the evening, it's time to get off the streets, or you're going to go to jail. That's it. Now, I'm looking here. Let me see. When the people that are actually enforcing the law, that's our agents, ICE, Border Patrol, when they become the target, which that is the case, we got a serious problem. There's one senior U.S. Border Patrol commander that's overseeing the operations in Minnesota that has issued a serious warning that it should alarm all of us. I don't care if you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent, whatever you are. According to the Border Control commander, Greg Bovino, federal officers conducting immigration enforcement there in Minnesota have faced well over 20 assaults in just the last few days. That's not a rumor. It's not a social media speculation. That's a first-hand report from the officer leading the operations on the ground. What was reported and by whom? Commander Greg Bovino, senior U.S. Border Patrol official, stating publicly, ICE and Border Patrol have been assaulted repeatedly while carrying out their lawful federal duties. Incidents involving physical interference, objects being thrown, vehicles being aggressively used against officers. Now, he contrasted the situation in Minnesota with other enforcement operations, noting that the level of hostility and violence is significantly higher in Minnesota than they've seen even in the likes of Chicago or L.A. or other cities, New Orleans. Those statements were made on the record, televised interviews by the man responsible for officer safety during this operation. This wasn't a protest standing on sidewalks holding signs. This is all active interference with federal law enforcement. And under federal law, assaulting or obstructing a federal officer is a serious crime, regardless of your political motivation. When officers are assaulted, operations obviously become more dangerous. Use of force risks increase. Innocent bystanders are now put at risk. And overall public safety goes to the crapper. This is how chaos starts. Now, are these numbers from a finalized FBI report? Sharing some of those. Not yet, but they are real-time operational reporting from the commander overseeing the situation. Law enforcement leaders routinely brief the public before formal data is compiled, especially when you've got active operations. Yeah, that does not make the reporting false. It just makes it timely. Yeah, dismissing on-the-ground warnings simply because a spreadsheet hasn't been published is reckless. The protest line that is being crossed right now, day after day, peaceful protest is protected in this country. Violence is not protected. When protests escalate into physical assaults, attempts to block or trap officers, using vehicles or objects as weapons, it's not a protest. It's criminal activity. And when rhetoric convinces people that the officers are the bad guys, the villains, or legitimate targets, that violence becomes easier to justify in the minds of these unstable, radical individuals. Yeah, these officers are not politicians. They're not lawmakers. They're not activists. They're people with a job tasked with enforcing laws passed through the democratic process. When you're attacking them for doing their job, the rule of law itself is under attack. I mean, you can oppose a policy. You can protest peacefully, but once violence enters the picture, everybody loses. Yeah, ignoring it, ignoring the warnings doesn't make it go away. It just guarantees the next headline is going to be worse. And it's spiraling out of control there in Minneapolis. Yeah, I see with the violence this past evening, I'm now seeing video and confirmation of the last few hours that several ICE vehicles have been torched, ransacked. Computers have been stolen. Yeah, some of these protesters are now apparently getting into the computers and doxing some of the ICE agents and Border Patrol agents involved in the operations there as we speak. It's 844-844-3388.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
All right, here we are, 2:21 a.m. Eastern Time on a Thursday morning. And the astronauts are on their way back. Now it's about 5:20 Eastern Time this past afternoon. The SpaceX Dragon capsule undocked from the space station. About less than 20 minutes after undocking, they completed 2 engine burns to move the spacecraft away from the space station out of an area known as the Keep Out Sphere, kind of an imaginary safety perimeter around the station to protect it from collisions during docking and departures. Right now, the capsule carrying 4 astronauts on the way back. A deorbit is scheduled for about 2:50 a.m., a little less than 30 minutes from now, which will involve firing the Dragon's engines briefly to reduce the speed, slowing the craft down enough for gravity to take over and pull it back to the Earth. The capsule will then re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, deploying their drogue parachutes, followed by the main parachutes before splashing down at sea. That's supposed to be off the coast of California at about 3:41 a.m. this morning. So I get just over an hour from now. So if all goes according to plan, they should be back here in short order. Hello, Philip. How we doing?
Oh, we're doing good here, riding in the rain right now. We got a line of showers coming across right now, and it's going to get a little cold tomorrow. So it's weather's going to be playing a little havoc on us down here. We're not used to this kind of stuff.
I see you guys got.
It is what it is.
You got freeze warnings tomorrow night, all the way down to Okeechobee.
Yep, and you think about it, Okeechobee's about 10 degrees warmer than where I'm at right now. I'm in Central Florida.
Yeah.
So, and that's a pretty good ways down there. You're not too far from Miami when you're down there at Okeechobee. So.
Right.
But, yeah, it's going to be one of them things. Winter's coming on. I mean, that's just the way it is. I mean, it could be worse. We could be sitting in days of it like you guys do up there. I mean, we have it easy down here compared to y'all, Steve. So, I don't get all burned up and everybody's all, I wish I could be there. I'm like, well, come on down. I don't have a problem with it. Real quick before we talk about that ship coming back, that deal in Minnesota, it's just common sense, Steve. If you want to protest, go down to City Hall or in front of the courthouse during the middle of the day. Those people actually put a permit in to do it. I mean, It's not a big deal. And just do it that way if that's what I consider a civil protest.
Right. And you have you have a time, you got a permit,
ahead.
you got a time, you've got a designated area where they will allow you to stand there, and I guess you can beat your drums and blow your horns, whatever you want to do, and hold your signs. But as soon as you start throwing rocks and Molotov cocktails and frozen water bottles and blocking the operations of these agents, that's civil unrest.
Yes, it is. I live real close to a place called Orange City. Okay, in Orange City, Florida, at this one intersection, it's at the intersection of Saxon and Enterprise Road. There is a basically electrical transformer outfit they use for the city to power. But right by there, in that intersection, is an empty space And they actually set that up for people that came out for President Trump and Biden when they had the elections. And that's where they stood there. And they've used it also for protests and whatnot. It's right by the intersection there. It's not harming nobody. It's not blocking sidewalks. It's not doing anything in there. You know, it's a substation right there, but it's all fenced in and stuff. But beside that is this open area, and they let those people protest there all the time, and nobody has gotten a fight.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody has been pulled away, and it's a civil protest. That's fine. I don't care about that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? If you want to stand on the side of the street,
right,
that's great. I don't have a problem with it in a designated area and whatnot. You know, but when you go and you burn somebody's business down that they spent years to build, and worse off, you kill somebody, or you cause destruction and things that don't need to be done. That just ain't common sense. You know what I mean, Steve?
100%.
I do agree with that. I do agree with Eagle on that. We need to get rid of that. That needs to get the heck out of there, because when you have to have a curfew to govern things, that's no different than what we're seeing in Iran right now. You know, Steve, and we don't need to see that. We really don't. You know, and that's, you know, when you have civil unrest, that's not cool. You know, I wish these people that went to college for all these years, and I'm not knocking college, but a lot of these upper smart folks out there that are doing whatever they're doing would grow some common sense. It's just common sense. That's all it is. You know, and there's a lack of it. Now, getting on to this ship coming back, it's going to be, you know, just like what we have in Florida here when they come back over here, but they don't, now that's going to be off of San Diego. And they'll be rushed right to where they need to go to facilities to be looked at. I mean, that was the idea and the premise behind bringing all these people back. You know, right now the space station is sitting up there with, you know, just a few folks. So hopefully they can keep everything going on it. I watched the undocking yesterday when I got home, and everything looked like it went smooth. You know, they have two big circles that are around that station, like you were talking about. The one circle is the one in the middle. That's the one you were talking about. And then there's another one, an ellipsoid, that's on the outside. That's like a staging area. You go to that one first, and then you go into the other one when the space station lets you in that one, or when you're coming.
Okay, let's pause there. We'll be right back.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Supreme Court has still yet to rule on the legality of President Trump's global tariffs.
The justices issued opinions Wednesday, but didn't issue a ruling related to the tariffs, and the next announcement day is currently not known. On Monday, Trump said, "We're screwed if the High Court rules against the tariffs." The court's decision could have massive implications for American consumers and businesses, the economy, and presidential authority. I'm at Mattinson.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the U.S. is sending humanitarian aid to Cuba to assist recovery from Hurricane Melissa. He says the administration is working with the Catholic Church to deliver aid directly to the people, bypassing what he calls the illegitimate regime. Germany, Sweden, and Canada plan to send troops to Greenland amid President Trump's push for U.S. control of the Danish territory. Trump has called anything less than U.S. control unacceptable ahead of talks with Denmark and Greenland officials. From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. For many families, joining Medi-Share means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are now part of healthcare sharing because it just makes so much sense, especially right now. And Medi-Share is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. Medi-Share has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before January 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee, so you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is January 15th, so call now. You'll save even more. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Okay, back at it here. Rolling into a Thursday weekend just around the corner. And back to Philip. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, no problem, buddy. Yeah, I think that, everything's going to go okay with a mission. We'll get her back. They'll get them to where they need to go. I know right now they're paying a lot of attention to the SLS. They're supposed to be rolling it out pretty soon, so things are going along all right with the space deal. Mm-hmm. Iserman, I think he's going to make things a lot more faster with that program. I think he's going to be one of those administrators that says, "Hey, dude, you need to get with the deal, or we're going to figure out something." There's a lot of folks out there that can make it happen a lot sooner, but it is what it is, Steve. It's the old, kind of the old regime as far as that program goes. But it is what it is. Did you hear anything about Verizon having issues, Steve?
Yes, it was pretty much started like noon yesterday, and it was supposedly they had it resolved like 10 o'clock in the evening. Just a few hours ago, but they did say they would be working through tonight And if you're still having connectivity issues, they said turn your phone off and restart your phone to try to let it reconnect. Yes, it was all over the country all day yesterday.
Yeah, I heard about it, but I don't deal with Verizon myself. But I was like, what the heck's going on here? I guess it's that can you hear me thing is happening with them guys. I don't know. Does that guy work for them now? That Verizon, that guy that used to be working that commercial.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, and they figured it out. But I think it's going to be a nasty day down here today. What is it like at the bunker right now, Steve?
About 19 degrees, windy, flurries here and there. It's about it.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying about, I don't, these people down here where I live at, they don't need to complain. We don't need to complain. We just, carry on, do your due diligence and just carry on, do what you got to do. So That's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good day. Thank you.
Yeah, it looks like what I'm seeing on the radar, you're going to have rain for hours ahead. A lot of rain in the Sunshine State this morning. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. We shared the story last evening. I gave him a Dumbass of the Week nominee for being out there trying to drive truck while drinking, right? Thank goodness it did not turn out to be a tragic event. People could have lost their lives. But it's almost comical with this dumbass truck driver. The Arizona Department of Public Safety actually kind of updated the story yesterday after the Highway Patrol arrested a truck driver for impaired driving after a traffic stop near Kingman, Arizona. January 11, troopers with the Commercial Vehicle Enforcement conducted a traffic stop. This was on I-40 near Kingman. Obviously, the troopers said that they detected signs of impairment and later arrested the driver. And if you missed the story last evening, when they got him back to the police station, they did the breathalyzer, whatever. He blew 4 times the legal limit for a regular vehicle, 4 times 0.08, 7 times, the legal limit for a commercial driver, which is 0.04. After reviewing his logbooks, troopers discovered he had driven from Las Vegas to Phoenix. He was so drunk he forgot to deliver his damn load and headed back to Nevada. And when he got to Kingman, he turned around and started going back to Phoenix again. Troopers stopped him on that return trip and got him off the road, but that's forgot to make my delivery. Whoops. Officials remind commercial drivers, never get behind the wheel if you consume alcohol. It goes without saying, but that's how messed up he was. I say, but that's a 0.24, right? 0.25 was 7, 14, 20. It's a 0.28, 7 times the legal limit of 0.04. Meanwhile, another group of truckers taking the FMCSA and the California Department of Motor Vehicles to court over the non-domiciled CDLs. This time, it's the Chinese American Truckers Association filing a complaint for declaratory and injunctive relief with the U.S. District Court for Central California, stating that this action challenges the FMCSA's use of its state CDL oversight authority to demand and enforce an expansive coercive pause in non-domiciled CDLs and commercial learners processing, and the California Department of Motor Vehicles implementation of that pause through a categorical statewide non-processing policy that deprives the affected drivers of individualized process. We all know the background of the non-domiciled CDLs. The group said that they're seeking narrow relief, asking for California to be permitted to accept and adjudicate individualized renewal, replacement and or extension requests for otherwise qualified expiring non-domiciled CDLs. Additionally, they are asking the court to allow California to amend the CDLs. Now, the relief would not permit any driver to operate beyond the validity of verified lawful presence documentation and would not alter any training, they say, training, testing, or safety qualification requirements. Now, that's on the heels of the Sikh Coalition that's also filed a lawsuit over the CDL removals, calling the cancellation unlawful, claiming that CDLs were being canceled over minor paperwork discrepancies, as they put it. Well, Senor Heatwave, here on a Thursday morning. What's going on?
Oh, not a whole hell of a lot. Just getting angrier and angrier over the situations going on. You know, them Chinese and the Sikhs and whatnot want to have the non-domiciled. Fine. Stay in the states, Washington State, Oregon, California. And when you kill enough damn people over there, maybe the citizens of those states will finally come to realize, hey, why are we defending these people? Why are we defending folks that are not following what is dictated in the FMCSA or any rule? Why are we defending foreigners that are here, maybe legally, but illegally, more than likely, and those that cannot speak the English language? Why? Yeah, you got those idiots up there in Minnesota. Oh, we're saving these poor folks that are being, you know, depending on their colors, how they're getting chosen. No. They are chosen because they are in the judicial system has having overstayed their visas, here illegally.
Right.
Defrauding the government. You know, taking our hard-earned money, our taxes, and spending it foolish, you know, it defrauding us. When the hell are these people going to grow a brain and realize, you know what, yeah, we need to stop defending these. We have enough of our own homegrown idiots. What was that, the guy that you were just talking about that got so drunk he forgot he didn't make a delivery? Did they say where he was from? Was he one of ours?
Somebody else asked that question. Country of origin. No, they haven't identified the name or, you know, whether he was a non-domiciled or illegal. None of that yet.
We got enough of our own homegrown idiots to worry about. You know, as far as I'm concerned, you kick these individuals, people, groups, you get them the hell out of here. They're nothing but a damn leech on the teeth of the American taxpayer. You know, whatever they can't suck off of us, then they're stealing from us. I'm done with the whole damn thing. You know, BLM, well, you know, maybe we ought to go ahead and start arming ourselves so we can protect ourselves whenever we're attacking ICE and federal agents. You know, so what does that mean? Does that mean that we are all going to have to start going armed for whatever those idiots may do as far as blocking the interstates and beating on my damn hood of my car or my truck or whatnot? You know, there's companies out there that say, just take the keys, give them the keys, and walk out of the truck. Why? I mean, if they're dead set on injuring you or even killing you, I'm sorry, I'm putting the auto shift in drive, and I'm not stopping. You know, and it's too easy to disable these trailers. All they got to do is pull the damn airlines off. I mean, it's not like we got them secured by any other means but by friction. You know, you have a fully loaded tractor, or the trailer or trailers, depending on how many you pull, it's a little bit of a struggle for these trucks to pull, a fully loaded trailer when you don't have your wheels turning. So, the same result is going to happen. If you give them the keys to the truck, number one, you're going to lose your possessions, whatever you got in there. 2, you're going to get hurt or worse. And 3, depending on the freight you have, if it's hazmat, and there's 9 categories of hazmat, that can be turned around and used against us. So, I don't know what to say. In my particular case, and it may go against company regs, but I'm not going to be sacrificed upon the altar of, well, let's be nice, to people that don't believe in being nice. I'm white. To those people up there, I'm the enemy. So I'm just, as you can tell, I'm frustrated beyond belief. And that woman, Good, whatever her name is, I noticed yesterday on the Facebook feed from Texas A&M that they're saying, that she was a student and she was murdered. Now, what kind of liberal ass over there at A&M is putting that out there, trying to pass a narrative that she was an angel, just trying to get around? We've seen the video. She was no damn angel.
She was an agitator.
With a damn deadly weapon, i.e., her gun, her car. If I were to go towards a law enforcement agent and be belligerent and then use my pickup to try to get them out of the way, hell, I deserve to be shot and killed too. But, these people are going out thinking, well, she's just another George Floyd or whatever hell that idiot's name was. He did it to himself. He was on drugs. He's, I can't breathe. Well, you know what? Maybe if you didn't take the damn drugs to begin with, you'd still be here in jail. But, your actions have consequences. There in New Mexico, the group of politicians there want to impeach Kristi Noem for doing their damn job that the previous administration wouldn't do and lied about. Now, where in the hell? New Mexico is 50th in education. We're last in a lot of good categories, and we're first in a lot of bad categories. Now, if that ain't ass backwards, I don't know what is. So, yeah, I'm a little damn more than frustrated out here.
The problem right there is, Heatwave, all these sanctuary city politicians, leaders, governors, mayors, they're all one and the same. They don't care. They do not care that people are here illegally. In their mind, they're welcome to be here. They actually will stand there and tell you they are contributing to society here, making things better. What the hell
Somalia done for us?
Well,
exactly. What?
Well, they've sucked us out of how many $10 billion, maybe, I guess.
And then that judge saying, no, the Trump administration has to pay out $10 billion in the next 10 days to the same individuals that stole from us. The hypocrisy is, it astounds me. And I don't know why it does, but it's there, and it just absolutely astounds me.
Well, it's their brainwashed minions that are out in the streets of Minneapolis. Yeah, they are brainwashed people that are out there trying to defend criminals, illegals, rapists, murderers, child molesters. I mean, the list goes on. Minneapolis authorities did release a list of the individuals apprehended in recent days, some of the crimes they were wanted to get them off the streets. On the fraud side, I don't know if you caught that the Minnesota nonprofit leader of what prosecutors call one of the largest pandemic aid scams in the country has been convicted on every count. The Feeding Our Future founder, Amy Bach, siphoned roughly $250 million in federal child nutrition funds away from hungry kids. She was the one that was actually purchasing luxury homes. She purchased like, a 20, 30-acre plot there in Minnesota, cars, shell companies. And that's just, again, one tip of the iceberg, going all the way back to the pandemic. Now with the investigations into these transportation companies, taking people to and from doctors' visits, the child care centers that don't have any kids staying in them. Secretary Scott Bessent did say, under the headline, "The bear trap is about to snap." He said there are currently some disturbing tapes of Attorney General Ellison in meetings with people who donated to him and calling for political favors to stop the investigations into this fraud. He said, "I don't want to get ahead of the investigation, but let's just say when the bear trap snaps, we're going to get these folks." We're talking Minnesota Attorney General, none other than Keith Ellison, who has a lawsuit moving through the courts accusing the Trump administration of staging a federal invasion with this new ICE enforcement surge. But as we know, Minnesota's been blowing through billions of taxpayer money, and now they're burning even more taxpayer money by suing to stop ICE from doing their job. But the fraud tied to this is estimated at about $9 billion. And Bessent, they say he's not playing around. In plain terms, he's saying investigators already have the evidence lined up. They're locking everything in, and when the bear trap snaps, everyone involved is finished.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
All right, coming up in our next hour, other industry headlines, lots to get to. Truck parking, as we know, is an issue around the country. Numerous states acting to help the drivers with that issue. Touched earlier this week on the right to repair bill. It is the need for, it's actually called the Repair Act. It's actually getting more sponsors on Capitol Hill. Give you an update on that. And then it was another undercover operation. James O'Keefe. You recognize the name? Secret Service officer who has been released from his detail. Yeah, putting the vice president definitely at risk. This agent, they say, was a Biden holdover who was assigned to protect Vice President J.D. Vance. Allegedly leaked sensitive security intel. The Secret Service has placed an agent assigned to J.D. Vance protected detail right now on administrative leave after he divulged sensitive security secrets to an undercover female reporter, footage that was published earlier this week by the investigative journalist James O'Keefe, showing Secret Service agents Thomas Escato sharing various specifics regarding JD's security detail. Photos revealing the methods they use to transport the vice president. When one person falls short, it places an added burden on colleagues who are left to rebuild trust. O'Keefe said, what we uncovered is troubling, indicating that the engagements took place in the wake of the attempted break-in at JD's Cincinnati home not long ago. We hope this brings this to light, strengthens security, but tell you what they showed in the video there. First, we get a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Democrats led by Representative Robin Kelly have filed 3 articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, accusing her of obstructing Congress, violating public trust, and self-dealing amid criticism of immigration enforcement, including an ICE agent's fatal shooting of a U.S. citizen in Minneapolis.
This morning, I introduced articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. I am proud to have the support of almost 70 members of Congress already.
Passage in the Republican-controlled House is unlikely. Former special counsel Jack Smith is set to testify publicly before the House Judiciary Committee next week about his investigations into President Trump.
Chairman Jim Jordan made the announcement on Monday, with the hearings coming after Smith sat for more than 8 hours for a closed-door deposition with the Republican-led committee in December. Smith's attorney said his client welcomes the opportunity to defend himself and his reasoning for the probes. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The Trump administration says Americans detained in Venezuela are being released.
There are reports that at least 4 Americans have been freed. The State Department says that it welcomes the release of the detained Americans in Venezuela and goes on to say that it's an important step in the right direction by the interim government. This would be the first known release of American detainees since U.S. forces captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro earlier this month. I'm Jim Roop.
Democratic senators have joined Vermont independent Bernie Sanders to introduce a bill that would ban presidents from naming buildings after themselves.
Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen says America does not have kings or dictators, and the legislation would prevent Donald Trump or any other president from using public monuments to glorify and worship themselves. In addition to changing building names, the Stop Executive Renaming for Vanity and Ego Act would prohibit the use of federal funds to do so. If passed, the measure would apply retroactively to the Kennedy Center and Institute of Peace. I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Actor Timothy Busfield turned himself in after authorities in Albuquerque issued a warrant for his arrest earlier this month.
Busfield's accused of sexually abusing 2 boys who were child actors on the show he directed at the time, The Cleaning Lady. In a video from TMZ, Busfield denies the allegations.
I'm going to confront these lies. They're horrible. They're all lies. And I did not do anything to those little boys. And I'm going to fight it. I'm going to fight it with a great team. And I'm going to be exonerated.
Busfield's lawyer told TMZ he believes there's a revenge factor at work. John Summers, USA Radio News.
Federal officials say a second shooting involving federal law enforcement has occurred in Minneapolis during an operation last night. DHS says an ICE agent shot a Venezuelan man in the leg after being attacked while trying to make an arrest. Both he and the officer were hospitalized, 2 others taken into custody. The incident comes amid heightened tensions after a separate ICE-related fatal shooting in the city last week. Residents of an apartment building in Los Angeles have had enough of their naked neighbor.
Neighbors say the man constantly leaves his blinds wide open while standing in the nude. The man, whose bedroom is just feet away from neighbors' windows, is also accused of performing explicit acts in the view of others. Neighbors have recorded him and called police. One resident tells KTLA she's contacted the apartment managers, and they're not doing anything about it either. She's also stuck a large note in her window pleading with the man to close the blinds. I'm Daniel Martindale.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Back as we get another hour underway. Welcome into a Thursday, folks on the West Coast. Now, we were talking about the video and text messages published by James O'Keefe, giving sensitive information that could have indeed put the vice president at risk. No two ways about it. The Secret Service agent, Escato, a self-identified Biden voter, provided the reporter with real-time locations of the vice president, insights into his future travel plans, the particulars of how far ahead and behind agents walk in relation to the vice president, the security details shift schedule, photographs taken on duty containing location metadata, and photographs providing insight into how the vice president's vehicle is secured and stored for international travel. Now, after indicating in the footage that he only received his citizenship in 2018, Escato criticized the Trump administration's immigration policies, saying that they're deploying tactics that should not be deployed. Now, O'Keefe noted ahead of publishing this particular video, his team had coordinated with the Secret Service, redacting some of the sensitive operational details. Deputy Secretary Service Director Matthew Quinn confirming in a statement to O'Keefe the incident is under investigation and that the employee involved has been placed on administrative leave with his clearance suspended and access to agency facilities and systems currently revoked. The Secret Service is now also requiring all personnel to retake the agency's anti-espionage training in order to ensure employees are aware of the threats posed by individuals aiming to exploit agency employees for information about our protective operations. Quinn sent in a memo to Secret Service employees that was obtained by O'Keefe, stating over the past several months, an agency employee was deliberately targeted and manipulated by a citizen journalism media organization that misrepresented itself in an effort to get close to the employee and expose sensitive information. This is the second time in less than a year that our personnel have been subjected to this same deceptive tactic. When one person falls short, it places an added burden on our colleagues, who are then left to rebuild trust that each of us works hard every day to earn and protect. Turning Point USA spokesman was among those who emphasized the gravity of this damning expose, stating, "This is one of the most disturbing videos I've seen in some time. Those that have the task of protecting the president, vice president, and their families should be a top national priority. The fact that an agent would be leaking this kind of information endangering their lives is indeed a national security threat of the highest importance. President of Judicial Watch noted the Secret Service, in his words, the Secret Service is a dangerous mess right now. Now, it was about a week ago, the Secret Service reportedly said that they're looking to hire an unprecedented number of agents and officers ahead of the 2028 Olympics and that year's presidential elections, launching one of the most aggressive hiring campaigns in their history, seeking to add roughly 4,000 new employees by 2028. A dramatic expansion that's meant to relieve a workforce strained by nonstop protective demands, rising threats, and years of attrition. This plan would grow the agency by about 20%, pushing total staffing past 10,000 for the first time. Deputy Director Matthew Quinn spearheading the effort, with Secret Service Director Sean Curran backing this push. Curran had previously led President Trump's protective detail, and the leadership team is making recruiting second only to protection, according to that report. The Post noted the goal is to raise the number of special agents from about 3,500 to 5,000, increasing the uniformed division to roughly 2,000 officers alongside hundreds of additional support staff. The hiring surge underscores the reality that the protective mission is expanding while federal bureaucracy struggles to keep up. Quinn said, our members are low. To meet the needs we have right now, we have to achieve what we said we were going to do 10 years ago, and we've got to do it now. But he did say, no matter what, I don't care how successful we are, it's going to be a rough summer. The Secret Service still working to recover public confidence after last year's shocking security failure at the Trump rally in Butler, PA, where the president survived the assassination attempt there. All right, Plowboy joins us here on a early Thursday. What's going on, Plowboy?
Well, good morning. I'll start off with what you just led me into. I would like to make an announcement. Don't everybody jump on this at the same time, please. I think the training video that they'll be watching, and their training will be longer than 30 minutes. You remember that's what their training was as they were being hired by the last administration.
Right.
So, what an inferior damn bunch. But, Eagle, hold on to your steering wheel with both hands and strap yourself in. I got some bad news, brother. Steve, pull this up for me so you can back me up. UAW Local 600, Dearborn. That bastard was only suspended, not fired. And being I'm with the union and a few others that call in his program he will be given 3 or 4 or 5 or how many days he was suspended for with pay when he comes back. And the union will lose their souls fighting for this bastard. Hey, I'm sorry. My opinion, throw them to the damn wolves. I have no use for that SOB.
So I am looking at a headline here from the Detroit Free Press. The headline just says, the UAW vows to fight for the worker suspended for comments to Trump. Another headline, Ford plant worker suspended after calling Trump a pedophile protector, receiving that middle finger response. Let's see. A GoFundMe for the Dearborn Ford worker has been set up after he heckled President Trump. And there's a number of others. But so, yes, suspended at the moment, I guess. That's it.
Unreal. This is just absolutely pathetic. Really it is. But, oh, well. But then again, that's a leftist bunch up there anyway. I'm just really astounded when I hear that. But thanks for reading that. I'm really getting more and more agitated once I see more and more California people. Their drivers are trying to get exempted from being forced to speak English or knowing English. What year did all of his owner-operators get chased out of California without regard? The only one we had standing up for us was Todd Spencer and out of Green Valley. When we were all forced, if you did not buy that truck in that motor, you could no longer go there.
The California emissions rules, right?
Thank you. Why are they? They just turn a blind eye to these bastards like they did to us. But also, what happened up there in Minnesota, I forget who said it, but now heat wave, why don't they just turn it around the way it should be? Would a lot of this go away if they just mark it as something that should be marked as? When you consider this as being a suicide by cop, she basically commits suicide. Way I'm looking at it, more and more I see it. She forced it. It was a forced action. I'm sorry, it's just the way I'm looking at it. But also, it's the Obama administration where this should all fall back on. All of it falls back on him. Remember when he threw the police under the bus? Or that guy that lost his keys to the house, and he railroaded all over them over that. And basically that's but the kick off to all this garbage that we're seeing right now, and it ain't going to stop. ICE, police, Border Patrol, sheriffs, Highway Patrol, down the line. But I don't know. Steve, also, keep your eye on Kansas City. I am. They have found a whole bunch of ICE cars down here at World of Fun. I don't know what they're parked down here for, but sound like your Heartland might go in an uprise down here.
I did see some headline at Kansas City, right? They got there was a whole lot. I saw a photo. I didn't really get the details of why, but I don't know if there was impending operations. I'll see if I can find more on that. He mentioned the auto worker there. Yeah. They set up a GoFundMe, and as of like 12 hours ago, he's got like $350,000 in donations. Yeah, the Ford worker that compelled the president to flip him off, heckling him as a pedophile protector, of course, led to his suspension. TMZ is reporting $350,000 in donations to the GoFundMe account, launched to help him amid his suspension, including one by Deandra Gurley entitled "Support Ford Worker T.J. Sebula During the Suspension," which is listed as a donation protected on the fundraiser's website. He's the line worker with UAW Local 600, confirmed suspended pending the investigation. He says he has no regrets for the incident at the Dearborn factory, which took place ahead of the president's address to the Detroit Economic Club this past Tuesday, captured on a cell phone video that has now gone viral on social media. Sebula says, as far as calling him out, definitely no regrets whatsoever. He acknowledged he's concerned about the future of his job and believes he's been targeted for political retribution after embarrassing Trump in front of his friends. Says he identifies politically as independent, although he never voted for Trump. He says he had supported other Republican politicians in the past, adding that he was about 60 feet away from the president when he yelled at him, which he claims Trump could hear very, very clearly. and said was specifically referencing his handling of the files related to Jeffrey Epstein. Okay. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
All right, 22 past the hour. Let's see what's going on with Gilligan. How's your week starting out, Gilligan?
Oh, it's not doing too bad, Steve. Yeah, driving up 81, been a little bit of snow squalls here and there, especially on Fancy Gap, coming up 77, but nothing serious. I don't think anything's laying to make sure, bother anybody. We had a board meeting there at GMA and BS Enterprises today, and I'm proud to announce we did get to speak with Scarecrow. He seems to be doing all right. He says he's enjoying his retirement, but the thing is he's going through a lot with handling his mom's estate, with her passing. So figured everybody'd want an update. He wanted me to give a shout out to everybody to say hi, and he's thinking about us all. It's a great thing.
That's good to hear.
Yep, it is. We've been talking about these protests up here in Minnesota, but Minneapolis, but also all over the country. Eagle, I don't know anybody that doesn't disagree with I know there's people out here protesting, but I don't know anybody in my circle that would agree with the rioting, which is what it is, when you're throwing water bottles, when you're blocking cars, when you're blocking ICE agents or whatever. This is rioting. It's like when they was burning buildings during the George Floyd so-called protest. But it is a constitutional right, as you said, to protest, to carry your signs, to march. You've got to have a permit and stuff like that to do these things. A protest is something totally different than what these people are doing.
Correct.
Now I'm gonna talk about something that takes it to the extreme. In 2018, my wife, and daughter went up to Philadelphia. Now I'd always wanted to go into Center City see Independence Hall, the Liberty Bell, and that sort of thing, which, it's rather interesting for people especially those that are interested in history like myself. In fact, I also got to do the tour of the USS New Jersey, the battleship. It sits there on the Delaware River, right there, docked on the other side of the river from Philly. Well, we did a bus tour. Now, here's this big double-decker truck bus. We're sitting at the top of this bus, and there were some interesting sights along it. We went by Betsy Ross's house, went by a prison. Well, one funny one was there was about 4 bums sitting there bumming money, and their sign says, out of work porn stars. I thought that was a little bit of a twist, and kind of like the other day, I seen one holding up a sign that says, hit the bum with the coin. Well, I thought that was, and you win, But what I'm getting to, we went by the Philadelphia courthouse up there. This is 2018. These protesters had tents set up on the sidewalk, and they had the whole sidewalk blocked right in front of the courthouse. And the person that was giving the tour told us they had been set up there for over 2 years, nonstop. They've got people there 24/7, 365 for the last 2 years. That's ridiculous. Why would somebody be allowed to block people from walking around on the sidewalk in front of the courthouse? Protesting is one thing, but what these people are doing, even though there was no violence, it seemed to me, that is crazy. Remember when they was trying to put the Keystone Pipeline in, and they left that horrible mess behind. And they tried to say, well, we didn't have any warning. Well, you was told you had to be out of there by a certain date. You had camped out there for months. It's the left today. I know that the stuff went on, especially during the 60s with the Vietnam War protest. If somebody really wants an education on what went on in the 60s with the Vietnam War protest and some of the other stuff they was protesting, watch some episodes of Dragnet. This stuff goes back, I think the show run from like 67 to 71 in that range. So right at the heart of the real protesting of the Vietnam War. The war had been going on for a few years before that. Actually, it had been going on since the 50s. We didn't get really involved till the mid-60s. But they're here. They're calling the police the Nazis, the Gestapo, and all this crap. And it's like one episode I watched. This guy come in and he's him and a couple others, and they're in the main part of the office of the police station. And there says, well, you're going to have to take your lawful to protest outside on the sidewalk. Mm-hmm. And you're like, no, we want to protest in here.
Oh, boy. Well, we got to pause there because we hit the news break. We'll be back after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Supreme Court has still yet to rule on the legality of President Trump's global tariffs.
The justices issued opinions Wednesday, but didn't issue a ruling related to the tariffs, and the next announcement day is currently not known. On Monday, Trump said, "We're screwed if the high court rules against the tariffs. The court's decision could have massive implications for American consumers and businesses, the economy, and presidential authority." I'm at Mattinson.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the U.S. is sending humanitarian aid to Cuba to assist recovery from Hurricane Melissa. He says the administration is working with the Catholic Church to deliver aid directly to the people, bypassing what he calls the illegitimate regime. Germany, Sweden, and Canada plan to send troops to Greenland amid President Trump's push for U.S. control of the Danish territory. Trump has called anything less than U.S. control unacceptable ahead of talks with Denmark and Greenland officials. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. For many families, joining Medi-Share means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are now part of healthcare sharing because it just makes so much sense, especially right now. And Medi-Share is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. Medi-Share has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before January 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee, so you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is January 15th, so call now. You'll save even more. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drop.
Will deploy to slow it down ahead of the 4 main parachutes deploying at 6,000 feet in altitude. Now, splashdown will be the milestone we will see after that, which is expected for 2:41 a.m. Central Time. So again, we're standing by for acquisition of signal and continued communication with Crew 11, expecting that just a few minutes from now.
So, dropping in, listening into the communications, Crew 11 making its return early from the International Space Station some sort of a health issue related to one of the astronauts. They never did divulge which astronaut or what's going on for privacy concerns. Currently, as we just heard there in the, radio blackout.
Com check.
SpaceX Dragon, loud and clear.
We have you the same, loud and clear. Expect automated chute deployment.
Copy, automated chute deploy expected.
Yeah, right now, the fireball being seen off the coast of California is lighting up the nighttime sky. They say it could be visible, depending on your weather conditions, as far east as maybe portions of Nevada. I think they're awaiting the sonic boom in L.A. right about now.
All right, so there we heard that we had confirmation of that acquisition of Signal, or AOS. It actually came in a minute early, so that's good news there. We heard the Corps inform the crew to expect drogue parachute deployment that happens when Dragon senses the right speed and altitude. So that's roughly about 350 miles per hour and around 18,000 feet in altitude. There we have a view from...
GPS converged. Expect nominal altitude for drogue chute deploy.
Dragon copies, expecting nominal altitude.
So we'll have that drogue deploy in about a minute from now, but we have our first views from the WB-57. This is a high-altitude tracking plane that is providing these thermal signatures via infrared. This is really cool to see here as we continue to track Dragon on its way back to planet Earth.
So via the NASA channel and obviously SpaceX and other space websites tracking the return, the main chute deployment.
So momentarily we expect for visual and...
brace for drogue window.
Good brace.
Now, everything appears to be going as planned, right on schedule for the return.
Dragon has safed the propulsion system as we anticipate drogue deployment any moment now.
An actual splashdown, I believe, expected about 3-4 minutes from now. Then it'll be a procedure where the fast speedboats that are stationed out there.
Drogue parachutes are utilized to stabilize and decelerate the vehicle further prior to deployment of the main parachutes. Drogue should be deploying here in a couple seconds, and mains will follow in about 1 minute.
All right, there we see the drogue deployment.
There we have visual confirmation of drogue deploy.
Visual, 2 healthy drogues.
Kind of a cool shot.
Copies.
I think we had the recovery vessel in the background there just momentarily.
Mm-hmm.
Main parachutes deploying in about 20 seconds.
And that will dramatically slow down the downward speed.
The main parachutes deploy when the vehicle is about 119 miles per hour and around 6,000 feet.
And that main chute will slow things down to 10, 15 miles per hour, I believe, if memory serves, something to that nature.
There we can see visual confirmation of deployment of the 4 mains.
Visual, 4 healthy mains.
All right, there you go.
These main parachutes help decelerate the spacecraft even further. So they deploy around 119 miles per hour, and they'll decelerate it down to about 15, 16 miles per hour. And that will be the speed in which the spacecraft is traveling upon splashdown.
So there you have it, splashdown.
Once again, we're anticipating splashdown at 12:41 a.m.
Meters.
Copy, 1,000.
We'll now begin to hear Crew 11 Commander Zena Cardman call out the altitude from her seat there in Dragon Endeavour. SpaceX's mission control team in Hawthorne continues to report the precise landing coordinates to the recovery team.
Copy, 800.
Those main parachutes now fully reefed or inflated. We ensure that the parachutes inflate over a few seconds to help reduce the shock to the system.
600 meters.
Copy, 600.
All right, there you have it. We'll move on ahead. Obviously, the splashdown taking place about a minute from now. They will continue their coverage following the speedboats that'll first get out there, then the recovery ship that'll place the Dragon capsule on the vessel, and then extracting the astronauts from the capsule. So sounds like a successful return of Crew 11 back to planet Earth with what they described as the first ever medical evacuation. With an early departure, they were supposed to be up there for about an additional month. Then, of course, the next big space event just around the corner, I guess this would be the next big, Artemis 2 is just around the corner. Humanity's return to the moon after 54 years. History is poised to repeat itself after NASA prepares to launch the Artemis 2. Right now, launch time is scheduled for February the 6th, if all goes according to plan, which will send 4 astronauts on humanity's first crewed journey beyond Earth orbit since the Apollo 17 in 1972. The 4 astronauts will venture aboard the Orion spacecraft atop the mighty Space Launch System rocket, the SLS, for a 10-day mission that will mark the beginning of sustained human exploration of deep space. This represents historic significance, breaking a 54-year gap in human lunar exploration, longer than the entire span from the Wright brothers' first flight to Neil Armstrong actually stepping on the moon. Artemis 2 following what was the uncrewed Artemis 1 test flight that validated critical systems, including life support, communications, and navigation, before astronauts will venture nearly 240,000 miles from planet Earth. Victor Glover becomes the first African-American to leave Earth orbit. Christina Koch adds to her record-breaking spaceflight achievements. Jeremy Hansen becomes the first non-American to fly toward the moon, symbolizing international cooperation in the new era of exploration. Launched from the Kennedy Space Center aboard the 322-foot-tall Space Launch System, the most powerful rocket ever flown. This is going to be what they call a multi-translunar injection, sending the Orion into high Earth orbit within a roughly 24-hour period, then conduct free return flyby trajectory, passing within just under 6,500 miles of the moon's surface. Traveling 6,400 miles beyond the moon's far side, which will be further than any humans have ever journeyed from the planet Earth. So they're not going to be landing on the moon, but this is going to be another essentially test flight. Flying to, making a few lunar orbits, and then returning to the Earth before the eventual Artemis 3 mission, which anticipates actually putting humans back on the moon. All right, let's get back to Vic this morning. What's going on, Vic?
sounds like a whole lot of everything. But real quick, I was going to mention this. We have a group over here in Indianapolis. They're kind of vigilantes, and they're observing what they think are child molesters, and they've been told to stop doing that. And the prosecutor tells them the minute that they start giving information on different people or their opinion, that they ruin his case because there's certain steps that has to be taken into that. What their purpose is or their idea is, I don't know, because there are plenty of organizations like, I used to give a lot of information to the truckers against trafficking or when they had those, the Christian things there at the truck stops. Sometimes I'd just stop in there and donate some money to them and stuff. But there are plenty of venues that you can use and they have the contacts that won't basically ruin the case before the people can get to it. And what made me think about was you was talking about that Ford worker that for some reason thought he needed to give the shout out at Trump, and this whole sexpionage, the thing with Epstein. It's like, I don't know what's going on there, but it's been going on a long time. And they're talking about Randy Andy, the British MI5 and MI6. They pretty much pay attention to what the royals are doing and give them protection. So, and I'm pretty sure that our intelligence agencies knew a lot of what was going on since it involved, you was like talking about Bill Clinton, they have pictures of some girl sitting on his lap and all this other stuff. So I really don't know why that has became such an obsession. And I don't know what they're going to get out of it unless, I used to just call it the honey trap. I understand they have a new name for it now called sexpionage. It's basically same thing, just trying to get blackmail information on somebody. So I really don't know about that. But really what I was curious about was this non-domicile CDL. Is this where somebody goes to a training school in one state and then they come back to maybe their home state or wherever they want their license, and they just get their license transferred, or what exactly are they talking about, the non-domicile thing?
Well, with the non-domicile, these are people that come in from other countries and they might get a work permit, and that work permit may be good for, say, 2 years. And these states have been given CDLs. Their legality, say, being in the U.S. may expire in July of 2025. They've been giving them CDLs that don't expire until 2027 or 2028. So they're not even supposed to be here.
Okay. Because I was thinking it was back like, you remember whenever they had that trouble with that trucking school in Illinois that was just handing out CDLs, and then the one governor went to jail because he was a Secretary of State at the time and was over that training and everything. And so they had to go to other states to get training, and the people that got CDLs out of that school, then they had to go take another driving test or something of that nature. So
that was the whole license for bribes scandal, and I forget the name of that governor because that was the governor that actually went to jail before Blagojevich became governor, and then Blagojevich ended up going to jail too.
Right? Yeah. I was trying to, if Ryan was their name, something. Like I said, my memory's kind of messed up anymore, which doesn't make me very comfortable. But anyway, that was kind of what I was curious about. Okay, I was thinking of something totally different because I couldn't understand. Why are they filing a lawsuit? It's like, well, why don't they just go down to the license branch and do their test? Because if they can, they can go in there for whatever the fee is in any particular state. I'm pretty sure it's not more than $50, or you can go to a third party in most states and pay $100, and they'll even furnish you the truck to take the test in. So
right.
I just couldn't understand. Okay,
well,
I get it now.
To try to explain that a little better, I mean, what the states have done, what the federal government ordered them to do, is to stop issuing all non-domiciled CDLs or renewing them for the time being. Not every one of these drivers that have a non-domiciled are necessarily expired or whatever. So right now with the hold, some of these drivers are saying that they've got their paperwork. They could go down and get it renewed if they just allow them to do it. But right now there's a complete blanket ban on renewing or issuing the non-domiciled CDLs.
Oh, okay. It's just it's so out of control that the only way they can do it is just stop everybody, and then they'll have to start filtering it out. But I don't understand the whole idea behind filing lawsuits. I'm a little bit familiar with the Sikhs. They have a whole organization that basically they have to pay back money into a certain fund and everything else. So I don't know exactly. I think haven't the Sikhs been involved in a couple of bad wrecks recently or something? But
absolutely. That's what was the catalyst to get this all going. The deadly crash in Florida, and then there was another in Texas, and then another in what state was it? Was it California, Wyoming? All involving Sikh drivers. They all had the same last name of Singh in every case.
Well, that's when you hear that name Singh, you can pretty well figure it's a Sikh. I mean, it's
right.
The Indian process of giving their names, they have their whole heritage in it. So, but they wind up with the last name being Sikh. But I worked for some people that were named Patel, but they also had Desai, whatever that guy was, that was the prime minister over Desai, I think it was, in India. So they were pretty well connected back there. Actually, they were diamond merchants in Bombay. And one day a Russian threw I think it was a Chinese guy or Japanese. Anyway, he didn't pay off his diamond bill. And so the Russians just threw him out of the fourth floor window. And so I guess other people paid after that. And then those people decided to come to America and run motels. So they used to say very bad people. Very bad people over there.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, but I was just curious about. Okay, because I got that straightened out. Because that school. When I went to the school here in Indianapolis, there was a guy that was here, and he was going through it too. And when we were doing straight line backing one day, he started coming over into my lane, so I just kind of missed it, and I got chewed out for not creating an accident, and there was nobody else. And I just told the instructor, I said, hey, I don't like tearing up equipment. And come to find out, he was an undercover Illinois police detective that was checking out all these different schools where the people that had went to the Illinois school that was handing out CDLs to make sure that wasn't going on other places. And then after we got out of school and stuff, pretty much lost track. I don't know whatever happened to him, but he asked me one day if he could catch a ride with me. And it's like, well, he got his own car. And I said, well, yeah, I don't know exactly what it was. And then he showed me his Illinois State Police badge. And then he also said that he was a grandson of that Warner, not Warner, but the brake company, Warner. And that he had been a kind of a yard jockey for them off and on. So, but, that's just some interesting people you meet when you get out there in trucking. But I had the totally wrong impression on that because I still don't know. I still don't understand how they're letting them. What was it they were saying? No name given or something?
Yes. In some cases, they'd have the license and on the line where it says name, no name given, which I don't know how that's possible.
I don't either. But real quick, this Venezuelan protesting and everything, I sent you a thing today to where that there's still a case pending in California there against Citgo, which that was Venezuelan's retail operation here in the United States, and they're bringing some sort of a climate change lawsuit. And whenever we took over Venezuela, I was just kind of curious, were they going to basically honor all these charges against Venezuela and pay that off with the oil? Or I'm not exactly sure how that all might work. And the other thing is, you just mentioned about the hostages that Venezuela had. So I don't understand how people can protest us taking over Venezuela and trying to say that we went down there just to capture Maduro. That was one of the goals, but there were a whole lot of other things that were in that also. And that it's like anything that Trump does, they're going to go out and protest. And when you're talking about protesting, what they're going off is, I believe it's the First Amendment. You have the right to legally assemble. They seem to forget the legally assemble part.
And peacefully.
Right. So, So when it turns into a riot, there's a boatload of laws that applies to that. I think it's even illegal to travel interstate, but I would have to look that up. And the other thing I just sent you a while ago was about the Beaufort Sea gyre up there in Greenland. I don't understand why Trump's picking a fight with all these different people, and I really don't understand why they even put the space base up there at the old Thule Air Base. I think they call it, Filbert or something or whatever it is. It has a different name now, but that's a terrible environment. I don't know what the goal is of the Space Force, but you just mentioned about the one that's coming back. It's coming back, I guess, no matter where it comes back, it comes into a more friendly environment than what Greenland is in the first place. And one last thing, Greenland has been back and forth between a warm climate and a cold climate, and it's in a warming thing right now, and they will be transited the Arctic Sea and the Beaufort Sea and all that other stuff. So I don't know. It's something that's coming. Not anything we can do about it. And if they have the navigation, the freedom of the seas navigation, there's so much stuff going on there that will probably happen. So I don't know what the United States taking over that area up there would really gain us. I mean, it'd just be more obligation.
I think it's going to be. I think it's more based, I think, on like missile defense systems and things of that nature, either offensive or defensive. So it would be a more rapid response to the likes of other nations near Europe.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold all-weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EGT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Republicans say contempt of Congress charges against Bill and Hillary Clinton will be voted upon next week in the Epstein investigation. Republican Congressman James Comer.
We're going to vote on it in committee Wednesday, so we're giving plenty of notice. We're having a markup, a regularly scheduled markup. We will mark up criminal contempt of Congress charges for both Clintons for defying a legal subpoena.
The Clintons skipped their scheduled depositions, accusing Republicans of selective prosecution. Bill Clinton denies wrongdoing. Subpoenas were approved in a bipartisan vote last summer. Some U.S. personnel are being evacuated from key Middle East bases as President Trump weighs possible action against Iran. Reports cite U.S. officials as tensions rise over Iran's crackdown on anti-government protests. Trump says the U.S. is reviewing options and stands ready to assist. The U.S. is marking a significant drop in net migration.
According to a report released by the Brookings Institution on Tuesday, the nation experienced a negative net migration for the first time in 50 years, and continued negative net migration for 2026 is also likely. The significant drop comes as President Trump's administration cracks down on immigration. The report also cited the Trump administration's suspension of several humanitarian programs. I'm Matt Mattinson.
President Trump has signed a bipartisan bill permitting whole and 2% milk back into school cafeterias, reversing Obama-era limits to low-fat options.
With this legislation, schools will finally be able to expand their offerings to include nutritious whole milk.
Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. joined the announcement, citing nutritional benefits. Trump says the change will also support American dairy farmers.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 42 points, the S&P 500 fell 37 points, and the NASDAQ was way down, dropping 238 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
A federal appeals panel has upheld California's new congressional district map.
In a 2-1 ruling on Wednesday, the judges said Proposition 50, which was approved by more than 64% of the voters, was lawfully drawn for political purposes, not racial discrimination. The new map boosts Democrats' chances of taking 5 Republican-held seats. The San Francisco Chronicle reported the state Republican Party had challenged the map, arguing it unfairly benefited Hispanic candidates in Los Angeles and the San Joaquin Valley. Governor Gavin Newsom called the lawsuit a failed attempt to overturn the will of the voters. Republicans are expected to appeal the decision to the Supreme Court. I'm Sharon Reardon.
A former Washington State City Council member has pled guilty to manslaughter.
James McNeil Jr. pleaded guilty to manslaughter in the killing of 20-year-old Lilia Guyvan-Ronsky in 2024. Court records show McNeil called his attorney, who then reported a likely homicide to police. Officers found McNeil with wounds that appeared to be self-inflicted. Guyvan-Ronsky was found dead in the upstairs bedroom of her home. McNeil will be sentenced February 6th. I'm Brad Ford.
A former Texas officer is on trial over his response to the Uvalde school shooting. A teacher testified that he failed to stop the gunman firing into classrooms.
When you told the officer to go in, did he go in?
No.
What did he do?
Yes, he just stayed there.
19 students and 2 teachers were killed that day. Officer Adrian Gonzalez faces 29 counts of child endangerment. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.84. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, those lake effect snow bands have really been dropping. Some heavy snow, portions of southeast Michigan, or southwest Michigan, rather. And northern Indiana, South Bend had been buried. A lake effect band that was almost parked over their area. I think some of the totals, well in excess of a foot already. I see from the Michigan storm chasers this morning, they're saying abandoned vehicles are now starting to pop up across central Berrien County. Vehicles stuck in some of the snow drifts. Yeah, let's see. Roads about 5 miles south of Eau Claire, Michigan. This is not a joke. Travel will be nearly impossible here for your morning commute for a narrow portion of southwest Michigan, from St. Joe's down to Berrien Springs toward Niles, and eventually South Bend, Indiana. This says multiple reports of 12 to 18 inches have come down already now. Some locations are expected to get close to 24 inches by the end of the morning here, Thursday, January 15. All right, and they said thank you to our storm chaser for sending in the photo here, and it's a little red car buried in a snowdrift. Yeah, to keep that in mind, I guess there's numerous school closures and things of that nature for that region here this early Thursday. Meanwhile, see what Brain Dead has happening out there this, Tuesday, Wednesday. What day is it for you anyway?
I take my socks and shoes off, Steve. I have to write down in my underwear sometimes to remember. But did you see that Greg Biffle's home got burglarized this week?
I didn't get the whole story. Was it actually Greg's home? I mean, it was.
Yes.
Okay, so what are they doing? Looking for NASCAR memorabilia or trophies or what?
They said they stole $30,000 in cash, jewelry, and some other stuff.
Wow.
To me, I'm thinking it's maybe an inside job. I mean, somebody that knew what was going on because they said they haven't caught anybody yet. So, and then to me, that's low down and dirty regardless of what. But like I say, I just hope they catch him and prosecute him to the fullest extent of the law.
Right. Wow.
But Steve, I know you're a big baseball fan, and I'm a huge baseball fan like some of the other listeners. I did a little, not investigative research, a little digging around today and saw something. Because if you're a baseball fan, this is something you need to watch this year, and you need to watch closely. The Major League Baseball Players Association is threatening to go on strike, and the owners are threatening a lockout. Remember this from 94, 95?
I was going to say, last time they did that, man, oh man, baseball took them years to recover, didn't it?
Yes. It took them a long time to recover. So the collective bargaining agreement ends December the 1st. So at least one thing good, though, is we're good till the end of the season. That's a good thing. At least, though, remember back in 94, it was midway through the season, and, hey, you know what, we're locking you out till the middle of 95, I think it was if I could be wrong on that. But this is all over about money. And the main sticking point is the owners want to lower the salary cap. And I see where the owners are coming from, but the players are getting too demanding. It's like you don't see the players playing for the team for the love of the game. It's all about money. I mean, you see Kyle Schwarber, he re-upped for, $200 million for the Phillies. And he was getting touted by other teams such as the Reds. The examples can go on forever. So, I mean, you have all these extraordinary contracts, and the players are like, no, we want this raise. We want more money. Okay, well, you know what? That's fine. But an owner of a team is only going to pay you for what you're worth to them. I mean, you look at Ohtani got $700 million over 13 years here a few years ago. Remember that?
Right.
So I mean, and even then with the salary cap, he can't even make his full salary for the whole for a year. I think he's when he retires out at the end of the contract, he's still going to be owed another $70 million. How about that?
It's a lot of money.
Yeah, and hey, it's more zeros than I'll see in my lifetime, even off of paper. But
right.
But yeah, it's something going to be interesting to watch and catch because I mean this next season in 2027 could be totally different, Steve. But speaking of that, well, I'll tell you, I was looking around. I did see a report. Now you're more in tune with the weather and politics and all that other stuff. They said that scientists have figured out why no hurricane hit the U.S. this year. Did you know that?
Why is that?
Well, see, now I did pay a little bit of attention to weather because there's no hurricane that hit the U.S., right?
Correct.
They said that the hurricanes are scared for the Trump tariffs. Lie to me.
That would make sense. It's 844-844-3388. Vic was bringing up some of the ocean liners, and we've seen for the last couple of years, more and more of these container shippers having to take the long way around the Horn of Africa, delaying the route's much more expensive. With all the developments involving Iran, that could have impacts as well. The world's second biggest ocean container line continues to test a return to the key Middle East trade route as events in Iran may signal a change for the better, they say, on the Red Sea. The company announced the U.S. flag Maersk Denver, operated by the Danish carrier's American-based Maersk Line subsidiary, on January 12, successfully completed a 2-day voyage through the Suez Canal and the Red Sea. The Maersk Denver operates on Maersk's MECL service, connecting Charleston, Savannah, Houston, Norfolk, and Newark in the U.S., with the Mediterranean, Middle East, and India. Maersk has been talking about what it's calling a stepwise approach regarding a return to the Red Sea Suez Canal, which, of course, the shortcut connecting Asia with Europe, the Mediterranean, and North America, all the way back since late 2023, an area that's been under siege by the Houthi terrorists in Yemen, who've been attacking merchant shipping in solidarity with the Palestinians. Now, while shipping lines initially saw billions of dollars in windfall profits, diverting ships away from the Red Sea on the longer, costlier voyages around the tip of Africa, President Trump's tariff war and a shifting global trade landscape has weakened import demand to the U.S. and depressed ocean shipping rates, hurting the carriers' profits. China and Iran have reportedly been sponsoring the Houthis with money and weapons. But the Houthis' aggression's been weakened as Iran redirects resources toward their own domestic issues, which obviously exploded last week as the religious government violently confronted growing protests. A collapse of the Iranian regime could actually shut off the Houthis as far as their military supply line and lead to a reopening of the Red Sea to the global shipping. Analysts say that a full return to the Suez Canal would be a mixed scenario, normalizing vessel rotations, but adding 2 million containers worth of capacity back into the weakened market. Falling prices have also been aggravated by the ongoing fleet expansion by the largest carriers. Now, according to a spokesman for the Maersk Line, the safety of our crew, vessels, and cargo remain the utmost importance. The necessary safety measures were applied during transit. Customers with cargo on this vessel have been informed directly, adding it will gradually resume navigation along the Suez Canal and the Red Sea in additional sailings. So gradually making progress there, which should bring down the costs of shipping pretty much across the board for those containers that have been taking the long way. Rolling up on 17 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul. Christ for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Alrighty, did we say good morning to Shorty? If I didn't, morning, Shorty. Sending me some updates. A bit of a market brief. What's going on with the markets? All right, this week we had mentioned earlier watching for the numbers coming in from the banks. JP Morgan was one that was going to be closely watched, and they missed their mark. JP Morgan Chase sank nearly 4% after reporting lukewarm earnings on Tuesday, I believe it was. Despite a record annual income of $57 billion, investors, they tell us, were cautious after their recent acquisition of Apple Card. Turned out to be more expensive than expected. Wall Street remains cautious. According to the Briefs, finance analyst believes this report shows an unexpected shift away from consumer banking. We discussed L3 Harris this past morning. The defense company L3 Harris was up nearly 10% in pre-market trading after the announcement of the new deal with the Pentagon on Tuesday morning. The Department of War announcing a $1 billion investment into L3 Harris so that it can spin off its missile technology. It's an equity play. The Department of War will receive shares of preferred stock in exchange for the investment. And there was also the mention of an IPO coming second half of this year with that new missile line due to the investment. Let's see, what else in the mix? The latest CPI inflation report showed inflation is frozen solid. By the numbers, U.S. inflation remained at 2.7% for the second straight month. Core inflation that does not include food or energy costs hit 2.6%, slightly below expectations. Things like housing costs and food prices did rise year over year. This means, according to JP Morgan analysts, they believe inflation is starting to get better, meaning its impacts will be less severe on the American consumers. All right, let's see. Bitcoin had a strong day Tuesday, trading back above 95,000 for the first time in weeks because crypto traders are bullish after the U.S. CPI report showed steady inflation, as we just mentioned. Lower inflation makes the Fed more likely to cut rates, which can be good for crypto, they say. And on that line, U.S. lawmakers are finally gearing up to vote on a crypto bill that would set regulations in that space. The bill's been in the works for some time, but will finally proceed to a vote in the Senate in the next couple of weeks. They tell us the Senate Banking Committee will debate the bill and its components. I believe that was taking place this past day. All right, that takes care of our market brief. Let's see if, let me see, Eagle, you're still with us here on a Thursday. Welcome back, Eagle. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I'm still here. I want to talk about a couple of things before I get to the truck driver. I want to talk about the NFL and all of the coaching. It's almost like college football, Steve, with all these different coaches getting fired. Half the damn NFL coaches got fired this year. Some surprises. I mean, some big name coaches of Pittsburgh. They've only had 3 coaches in the history of their organization. Since like 1970. Cowher,
I think it went back to 1970.
What'd you say?
Only 3 coaches since 1970.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And Tomlin, he stepped down. He probably was forced out. They gave him a choice, but you either step down or we have to let you go. But after he lost the playoff game, but yeah, it was a shock to see him losing. Baltimore, they let their coach go, and like I said, they say that in the division that the Bengals are in, they got 4 teams. And all 3 of the other teams Cleveland let their coach go. So Cincinnati is the only one, and a lot of people think he should have got let go.
I think he should. I saw a headline here, Eagle. What do you think? The Fox News says that the Ravens owner is talking about maybe hiring Tomlin that just left the Steelers. I mean, that would be interesting. Yeah,
that would be a shock if Mike Tomlin ended up in Baltimore. But it's a possibility that he could end up there. From what they're saying, it'd be shocking to me to see it happen. But in the same thing with Pittsburgh, they talking about they could be swapping coaches. They said Harbaugh he could go to Pittsburgh, so they could just swap coaches out.
Wow.
So like I said, the NFL is. It's getting to be almost like college football. It's like win or you're out. They fired one coach. For the Raiders, he only had 1 year, and he was out. They didn't give him a chance to get comfortable in Las Vegas, and he's out of a job. So, with all the money at stake nowadays, these days the coach is sitting around. You remember like the coach you used to have at Cincinnati, Marvin Lewis, the one before this guy you got now. Remember all the years that he went to the playoffs, but he couldn't win the big game, and they kept bringing him back. Them days are over. Now, if you can't get the job done, they getting you out because there's too much money on the line and too much money at stake nowadays. With these players making a lot of money, and they got to get to the Super Bowl or playoffs or something, to reap the benefits of it. So it's. I don't really like the way these coaches are being, fired, but that's what they're doing now. Now, getting to this situation, what you were talking about earlier, Steve, with the truck driving deal. As a matter of fact, I can't remember who it was. I heard something about another trucking company that got bought out. I don't know if you went over that today or yesterday. I can't remember the name of the company, but it was another truck company that I heard about, or this mother trucker guy was talking about, but I can't remember the name right now. But getting back to the California situation, just like one of your other callers said earlier, they have the nerve to say that they're going to try to go against Donald Trump and the administration for trying to crack down on these guys giving away CDL licenses to people they don't deserve it. This Gavin Newsom guy, we've talked about him before, Steve. I don't understand how this guy can even look himself in the mirror knowing that he's putting people on the road that shouldn't be out there, and these people having these accidents. It's really sad what California has come to. But like I said, that's just another Democrat governor. It seems like, like we've talked before, Steve. This seems to be a real problem. Like I say, I'll never live in another state run by a Democrat
There's a pattern, as they say, right? Hey, Eagle, we got to get our news break, so hold the thought. We'll pick up right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Republicans say contempt of Congress charges against Bill and Hillary Clinton will be voted upon next week in the Epstein investigation. Republican Congressman James Comer.
We're going to vote on it in committee Wednesday, so we're giving plenty of notice. We're having a markup, a regularly scheduled markup. We will mark up criminal contempt of Congress charges for both Clintons for defying a legal subpoena.
The Clintons skipped their scheduled depositions, accusing Republicans of selective prosecution. Bill Clinton denies wrongdoing. Subpoenas were approved in a bipartisan vote last summer. Some U.S. personnel are being evacuated from key Middle East bases as President Trump weighs possible action against Iran. Reports cite U.S. officials as tensions rise over Iran's crackdown on anti-government protests. Trump says the U.S. is reviewing options and stands ready to assist. The U.S. is marking a significant drop in net migration.
According to a report released by the Brookings Institution on Tuesday, the nation experienced a negative net migration for the first time in 50 years, and continued negative net migration for 2026 is also likely. The significant drop comes as President Trump's administration cracks down on immigration. The report also cited the Trump administration's suspension of several humanitarian programs. I'm Matt Mattinson.
President Trump has signed a bipartisan bill permitting whole and 2% milk back into school cafeterias, reversing Obama-era limits to low-fat options.
With this legislation, schools will finally be able to expand their offerings to include nutritious whole milk.
Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. joined the announcement, citing nutritional benefits. Trump says the change will also support American dairy farmers.
At the closing bell, the Dow lost 42 points. The S&P 500 fell 37 points, and the NASDAQ was way down, dropping 238 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
A federal appeals panel has upheld California's new congressional district map.
In a 2-1 ruling on Wednesday, the judges said Proposition 50, which was approved by more than 64% of the voters, was lawfully drawn for political purposes, not racial discrimination. The new map boosts Democrats' chances of taking 5 Republican-held seats. The San Francisco Chronicle reported the state Republican Party had challenged the map, arguing it unfairly benefited Hispanic candidates in Los Angeles and the San Joaquin Valley. Governor Gavin Newsom called the lawsuit a failed attempt to overturn the will of the voters. Republicans are expected to appeal the decision to the Supreme Court. I'm Sharon Reardon.
A former Washington State City Council member has pled guilty to manslaughter.
James McNeil Jr. pleaded guilty to manslaughter in the killing of 20-year-old Lilia Guyven-Ronsky in 2024. Court records show McNeil called his attorney, who then reported a likely homicide to police. Officers found McNeil with wounds that appeared to be self-inflicted. Guyven-Ronsky was found dead in the upstairs bedroom of her home. McNeil will be sentenced February 6th. I'm Brad Ford.
A former Texas officer is on trial over his response to the Uvalde school shooting. A teacher testified that he failed to stop the gunman firing into classrooms.
When you told the officer to go in, did he go in?
No.
What did he do?
Yes, he just stayed there.
19 students and 2 teachers were killed that day. Officer Adrian Gonzalez faces 29 counts of child endangerment. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $2.84. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Round the third, headed toward home. We were talking to Eagle about the number of coaches that are out there. It's, out one door, in another door. Everybody's playing musical chairs right now in the NFL. I mentioned the headline that Shorty sent my way a few minutes ago where the Ravens owner, I guess he was doing a news conference Tuesday, and that's when he found out that Mike Tomlin had stepped down from the Steelers. And I guess he was stunned when he heard that news. Holy shish kebab, he said, while speaking to reporters. Somebody asked if Tomlin might be considered as a coaching candidate for the Ravens, replacing Harbaugh. He said, holy, you know what, wouldn't that be awesome? Then he kind of joked, only if John takes the Pittsburgh job. Wouldn't that be interesting? All right, he said, I'll talk to the general manager. Yeah, I love Mike. I mean, I've admired him for 18 years. That's shocking that he did it that way. Kind of crazy. I mean, as of 2 weeks ago, Tomlin and Harbaugh were actually the two longest-running coaches in their respective teams. Tomlin, 19 years with the Steelers, Harbaugh, 18 with the Ravens. Now, then word came down, it looks like Harbaugh has found his destination. Reports from The Atlantic say John Harbaugh and the New York Giants working on an agreement to make him the next head coach. Multiple reports. Now, supposedly the deal hasn't been finalized, but Harbaugh is expected to end up in New York pending any unforeseen setbacks. Harbaugh interviewed in person with the Giants yesterday, Wednesday, spending hours at the team facility in East Rutherford, New Jersey. He was believed to be New York's top candidate for the search for Brian Daboll's full-time successor. Harbaugh's release from the Ravens made him the most sought-after coaching candidate on the current cycle, arguably one of the most coveted coaching candidates in recent NFL history. Even President Trump endorsed Harbaugh in a Truth Social post. Then a later post specifically endorsed the idea of the Giants hiring Harbaugh. He said the New York Football Giants should hire, without question, John Harbaugh. And John, a great guy, should take the job, he posted. Trump seemingly got his way as Harbaugh and the Giants appear set to come to an agreement. The veteran sports agent Lee Steinberg previously told Fox News he also believed the Giants stood out as a top destination for Harbaugh. All right, so let me get back. How about that? So maybe Harbaugh to the Giants. Tomlin, who knows where he might be going.
Yeah, that's new news. I didn't know Harbaugh was interested. I thought he was interested in New York is because the tax rate is to pay a lot of taxes on the money that you earn. A lot of athletes and stuff. A lot of people go. You can go to Florida. To Miami. I guarantee he pay less taxes in Miami than he do in New York, New York City. But plus got better weather. I think I would have chose Miami, over New York. But they might be paying, off him a lot of money. But like I said, these coaches are moving around big time nowadays. It's like I said, it's when, you know, Tommy, you know, he been there for 18 years. You know, he wore out his welcome. You know, they had a bad performance in the playoff game. You know, when you get beat 30-3, that wasn't a good look. So, you know, if they would have had a more competitive game, he might have been able to hang around. But you can't get beat like that. And you've probably seen the last of Aaron Rodgers too. Aaron Rodgers, he didn't look good in that game. His career might be over. I don't see a future for him in the next year in the NFL. He might come back, but it's best for him to go ahead and move on. It looked like maybe he can get into a TV broadcast or something, but I think it's over for him in the football deal. But yeah, Steve, getting back to this situation with the truck driving, you know, I'm seeing more and more trucking companies now, you know, consolidating. You know, you always see that at the first of the year, you know, where a lot of companies decide that they're not making enough money, and they just decided they're going to go ahead and let another company buy into them or something like that. And I've seen a couple deals already go down with Prime, bought into a company at the first of the year. I can't remember the other one that just made a deal. But you're seeing a lot of, you know, it's hard to even recognize the road now when I'm driving, you know, back from when I started back in the 90s. A lot of companies are no longer in existence that was around back when I started. A lot of people out of business now. It's looking more and more, you know, it's getting, you know, like it's a monopoly out here. You know, pretty soon there ain't going to be too many companies rolling, you know, unless, you know, the big people like Swift and Snyder and Warner's and these people like that, they seem to be buying up all the smaller companies and taking over the deal. I hope it doesn't happen like that, but, you know, owner-operators, you know, they putting a lot of them people out of business, you know, so truck driving is a whole lot different. But as far as these other guys go, you know, like I said, California, like another guy said, you know, it's mainly those West Coast states. And those seem to all be run by Democrats for some reason. Washington State, Oregon, California, all three of them are run by Democrats. And they don't give a damn about their truck driving. You know, they just handing out licenses to people that don't need to be on the road, and they killing people and doing things. You know, Gavin Newsom, like I said, I told you that a couple of weeks ago, Steve. Donald Trump, he should cut out. He should. I wish there was some way he could bar California from even having truck driving schools or even being allowed to issue out a commercial license, since they don't seem to care about who they put behind the wheel of a truck. But I tell you what they do care about, and I've seen a lot of truck drivers lose their license and their trucking career because of it, and it makes no sense, Steve. And I've been talking to you about this for years, and that's the main reason why I don't go to California, is because California still has that bogus 55-mile-an-hour speed limit. I just talked to a guy the other day, a truck driver that went out to California, and he got a speeding ticket for doing 60 miles an hour. Now, you're going to tell me that somebody deserves to get a ticket for doing 60 when in the state of Texas you can run 80 miles an hour or faster in a commercial vehicle, and they got the nerve to pull a truck over doing 60 miles an hour. But he's concerned, as he is how stupid Gavin Newsom is, Steve. He's concerned about a truck running 60 miles an hour, but he's not concerned about an illegal alien from another country that doesn't belong here, that doesn't speak the language. He's not concerned about that guy driving a truck, right, but he don't want you running 65. So it just shows you how much of a hypocrite and how much of a, I can't say that word right now, but shows you how much of an idiot that Gavin Newsom and the whole state of California is. And that's the reason why I boycotted California. I haven't been out there in 10 years, and I don't care if I ever step foot in California again. They can starve to death for all I care, until they decide to get their country. Until they decide to get their state in line and get the trucking regulations the way they should be. I advise all truck drivers not to go to California. And there's plenty of other states in the U.S. where you can make money. And California, if that's the way they want to conduct themselves and handle their business, then I say to hell with California. And I thank you for taking my call.
Eagle, thanks for hanging in there. Have a good morning. Well, what do you say, Hippopotamus?
It's kind of been an ugly morning up here in central Pennsylvania. I don't know what they had going on I-80, but they had that closed at east of I-81. So I was actually supposed to go out that way, but I got myself redirected, so I went on further north. But I don't know. We still got 37, 38 degrees here. So
really,
even though they say that winter weather advisory, it's kind of hard to have winter weather at 38 degrees. So, but anyways, there. So Harbaugh's probably going to go with the Giants. I was thinking, isn't there a good coaching position open out in Michigan? Doesn't that college out there in Michigan have a coaching position open? Wouldn't that have been something if John Harbaugh went out and then ended up filling the position his brother Jim used to have before he went to the Chargers? That would have been interesting, wouldn't it?
Right.
But I don't know. Maybe they figured the play stealing there runs in the family or something. Maybe they didn't want him to come, weren't offering that position or something. I don't know. But I don't know. So how does this work, Your Honor? If California has all these non-domiciled CDL holders, non-English speaking, non-citizens, and can't read the signs, do they get tickets for going over 55 miles an hour? Because I assume they'd probably be more than likely running with the flow of traffic, not being able to read the speed limit signs to know it was 55 miles an hour, and they just be cruising on that. Wouldn't they get pulled over getting tickets for over 55 miles an hour?
Good question.
I'm just thinking. But anyways, I don't know. I hear from people there's still some good pay in freight out there. These people that think there isn't good pay in freight got to get away from these swinging door trailers and get onto something that is more of a niche, more of something somebody wants, And I mean, you got a lot of produce still comes out of California. I imagine that's still paying pretty decent. I mean, I don't know what your reefer rates are going, but you got to get away from the plain old box trailer that doesn't do anything special other than swinging doors. And I think there's a lot of work us owner operator type people out here that either us people who work for the small business owner operators or the owner operators themselves. We still got a lot of work we're doing out here, and I see a lot of trucks that aren't company trucks out here. So I don't know. I still think the owner operators are the backbone of the trucking industry. It'll be a long time before any major corporation can take over and do it all or put their autonomous trucks in to not have truck drivers. But you want to see a change in nameplates and things. You go back further than the 90s, Eagle, and everybody. You go back to the 70s and 80s, and you start looking at what the door decals were that used to be around, and the freight companies, and there's very, very few are still out here today from the day. But I don't know. There used to be these restaurants, a lot of these old truck stop restaurants, not even really the truck stops, just the mom and pop restaurants. They'd always have the drivers either bring in, patches from their uniforms, because everybody used to wear a uniform and they had a company patch, and they'd put the patches up on the wall, wallpaper the walls with them, or they'd actually use, some of them would actually bring in the door decals there. If you had door decals from your company, and they'd wallpaper the walls, the ceiling, and bathrooms, and you name it. They had door decals from all the trucking companies there used to run through their freight lanes. But anyways, other than that, I don't know. We've just been having sprinkly showers all night long. Ain't never got out of that. I was hoping some of that might pass, but certainly doesn't want to seem to up here in Pennsylvania, because I don't know. We've been all the way up to Scranton, Wilkes-Barre area there, because as I say, they had I-80 closed.
Yeah.
I would assume, just by the looks of it, was closed for like 2 exits. It probably somebody had a wreck out there, and had the whole interstate blocked up crossways, so they weren't allowing anybody off Interstate 81, and anybody going east on 80 had to exit at 81. You could not continue east on 80. But when you got to 81, you either had to go north or south. You didn't have any choice. But other than that, I guess we'll let you go and see if you can find somebody else there for the last couple. Maybe you get Spaceman. Where's Spaceman been? How come he don't call in the last few minutes anymore?
I'd like to know the answer to that myself. Yeah, interesting. You ran up. I'm looking at the radar right now. The Wilkes-Barre looks like the precip is ending from west to east. Same with Scranton. Yeah, still got a little bit of rain down toward Allentown, and from Allentown down to Wilmington, Delaware. Behind that, you'll see maybe a few snow showers pushing through. The transition's going to be coming your way. I mean, we're seeing some light snow from York to Harrisburg, on up just south of Williamsport, PA. Nothing widespread, nothing heavy. Yeah, there are a few of those, I think heavier squalls, I guess you'd call it, kind of embedded in there, but yeah, the cold air, it's coming your way. Just hold your horsies there. Horse feathers, it'll be there.
Traditionalists may not love alcohol-burning tractors, but fans love watching them. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. These high-tech machines are either 6 or 8-cylinder pulling machines. Some cackle, some are silent, all are great to watch. The Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock tractors had the longest season of any of the Grand National classes with 19 hooks. This battle was long, and with only one rain out, all 18 hooks mattered. Brandon Simon, RJ Simon, and Brett Meyer shared the driving duties on the John Deere 8530 called Loud and Heavy. But it didn't matter who was in the seat. The title was on the horizon from the opening hook of the year. The opening weekend in Hutchinson, Brandon Simon was in the seat and won both nights, setting up the title run. After a stop in Farley, Iowa, the next points pull was the Budweiser Dairyland Super National with Brett Meyer in the seat. Starting his portion of the season with a 7th on night 1 in Toma, he got comfortable with the tractor and posted a 3:49 on night 2, good enough for second. Brett stayed in the seat for the next 5 pulls. Chapel Hill, where he went 3:35, which is only good enough for 9th. Then Brandenburg, Kentucky, where Loud and Heavy took 4th both nights. The trip to Rockwell was good for Brett, picking up a 3rd and a 4th, even with a pull of 374. RJ Simon was in the seat for Napoleon, Ohio, collecting a 6th before heading to Bowling Green with Brett Meyer back in the seat. The first hook was a little less than the team hoped for, only going 327. Yeah, only 327, but it was only good enough for 15th on the first night in Pole Town. The second hook of 328 was much better in the standings, earning a 3rd. With both Brandon and Brent driving in Canton, it was a 3rd on night 1 and a 10th on night 2 before going into the last 3 hooks of the season. Brandon drove the final hooks with a 7th on night 1 in Sandwich and a 12th on night 2. The season wrapped up at the Enderley pull-off with a 5th for Loud and Heavy, which secured the 14-point advantage, good enough for the 2025 title. The same trio drove Loud and Heavy X to the runner-up position, the only class in the NTPA to have a trailer mate as the runner-up. That just proves how dominant this team was in 2025. In 3rd was the duo of James Ray and Mike Connie with the John Deere 8410 they call Mac Nasty, with the trailer mate Mac Daddy piloted by James and Julia Ray in 4th. Holding 5th, a 2022 John Deere 8R340 with Sam, Denny, and Elijah Brown called Green with Envy. In 6th was Esden Lemke and his 2023 John Deere 4010 called New Generation Plus. In the 7th spot was the same team of Brent Meyer and the Simons with Injected Funds. In 8th, Tim Kane aboard his 2008 International 1066 he calls Red Gambler. In the 9th spot, veteran puller Rob Russell and his 2011 Case IH225 called the Workhorse. And rounding out the top 10, Brian and Brandon Schrammick with the 2020 AGCO DT275B they call Youngblood. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, Do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
All right, it was the December State of Freight Conference. Not even 4 weeks ago, where the head of market analysis at Sonar, Zach Strickland, and the FreightWaves editorial director were discussing the trucking market, talking about how it was suddenly stronger. Yeah, that was the focus of most of the January webinar. The data appeared kind of shocking in December. Now, of course, January has a few more weeks of life under its belt. But when the Logistics Managers Index came out last week, the headline on an analysis that Strickland wrote declared warehouses empty in December. The LMI contains numerous indicators about the strength of the supply chain. One of them is data on inventory levels, and he said the latest December reading for inventory levels came in at 35.1. That signaled the fastest downdraw of goods in the history of the index, which they've been tracking for 10 years now. Which he says a strong case can be made for a bounce in the economy, according to Fuller. Based on those inventory numbers and the LMI, what's really nice about the LMI is that it actually tells you what's likely to happen over the next couple of months. And inventory levels are at the lowest levels they've ever measured. He said the timing of those tight inventory levels could be particularly bullish for trucking. If the U.S. Supreme Court hands down a ruling soon that might overturn many of the president's tariffs, especially the uncertainty about tariffs, he said, has caused a level of conservatism. That's why they're allowing the inventories to go down, down, down. The Supreme Court's going to bring clarity one way or the other, which could lead to a restocking of inventories that would benefit the carriers. All right, we'll close it out there on a Thursday morning. Hey, when we come back at the midnight hour, are you ready for a casual Friday? Hope to see you then.
guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.